कौन करना?
इनका भी कट कर दो यार।
ये यार तू कहाँ भागना भाई? इरफान पठान अपना लेके आया था। इरफान पठान अपना मेकअप का बंदा था उसका। स्टार के पास नहीं था। अपना ज्यादा और गौतम गंभीर।
इसको हल्का सा यूं कर स्क्रीन को।
लेकिन यार साढ़े को रोटी खाने पे है नहीं तो उसको मेकअप वाला
ये साइड अंदर इधर इधर ये वाला
हल्का सा कर दो।
थोड़ी कॉर्नर बची है।
एक बार ऑडियो टेस्ट करें। ऑडियो टेस्ट करें।
ऑडियो टेस्ट
ऑडियो टेस्ट।
ऑडियो टेस्ट कर
बात करें।
1 2 3 1 2 3
थोड़ा
yeah, I can hear you Alvin.
Hello, testing 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. It's Wasim. यार टिश्यू पेपर ही जम रहा है। एक जम रहा है। चाचा कितने रह गए? 1 मिनट रह गए। चाचा मैं कितने रह गए? 1 मिनट रह गए।
कौन सा चाचा?
चाचा ठीक है।
वो भी अच्छा ही होगा।
अभी कितना टाइम है?
1 मिनट। 1 मिनट फॉर क्लॉक।
1 मिनट की क्लॉक।
कितने देर लगी?
8 मिनट फॉर क्लॉक, 2 मिनट क्लॉक।
अच्छा।
L1 Wasim here. Can you? A quick question: does this show have to be in English all the time, or we can just once in a while switch? But okay. Thank you.
Yes, Dada, I can hear you.
Right. Do you want us today? Yeah. Oh, change tactics.
Okay. Got it.
Because of lighting.
Oh, don't tell me the lighting.
With
What comes
Aruj.
from it?
Not pale.
Okay, I got it.
Sure है.
David sir, sound check.
I'm trying to sort out.
Hello.
Is that a graphic?
London calling.
I mean, is that in the
London
first
coming
part,
through,
like right
loud
at the
and
top? Is that what you're talking about? Opening thoughts, after opening thoughts. Dikha de. I mean, it'll be easy if everybody gets a chance to see.
But two batting stars of the PSL, Harry Brook and Alex Hales, ensured England were home.
Hello and welcome for the second T20 international between Pakistan and England. It is the Bank Al Falah presents the Fun News Pakistan and England series. We're here live from National Stadium, Karachi. Welcome to the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. Plenty to look forward to in this one as well, because Pakistan have a chance to redeem themselves, try out different combinations. England, on the other hand, started off on a winning note, so they'll be definitely high on confidence. Now I've got with me Wasim Akram and David Kawa, two legends next to me. Extremely high spirits there as well, and why not? You know, England had started off well. Whereas obviously from a Pakistan perspective, things were looking good in the top order. You know, they started off well, the power play went well, but then middle order couldn't really capitalize.
Were they going well, you think? Yeah,
Come on.
good. Can you hear me? Yes.
Come on, take this seriously. This is live TV. Oh, no.
Not anymore, no. It will be eventually in 2 minutes.
This is hard to see. ये क्या है भाई जरा okay, so 51 for 0, 47.
Not here. It's the other side of the
Okay. They lost a lot of wickets right at the end. They were on par in terms of score, England and Pakistan. In fact, ahead.
See this man?
Yeah, Wasim bhai can't see this, so Dada, आप उनको directly बता दो, because he's, like just say it in his ear.
Not working with it.
Can we have a whip round for a bigger monitor?
Spider cam. Sorry?
Can you read it?
To get the chance to play for England again is a huge honour, and to get to do it in a country where I've spent a lot of time and played a lot of cricket means a lot to me.
No, it's fantastic to be here. It's you know, it's an honour to be here with England. You know, to give the fans, you know, cricket which they've been starved of.
The wait was finally over, and it was time for action. Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan gave the home team a perfect start.
Unceremoniously dumped out of the ground. What a strike.
England came back strongly, with debutant Luke Wood on fire. Pakistan's innings ran out of steam, and they finished with a disappointing 158. In the run chase, it was the comeback man, Alex Hales, who held centre stage.
Slammed away. Alex Hales stands and delivers.
Usman Khadir raised hopes of a turnaround.
Got him. Use the facilities, pitch the ball.
But two batting stars of the PSL, Harry Brook and Alex Hales, ensured England were home.
Wonderful to be back in the city of lights, Karachi. We're once again back with the Bank Alfala presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England T20 series for the second T20. Welcome for the Naya Nazamabad pitch side show, and it is a chance for Pakistan to redeem themselves. England were fantastic in that first T20 international. They started the tour on a winning note, and of course Pakistan will be doing a lot of experiments, a lot of combinations, trying out things at the top, and of course looking to register that first win in this series. Now I've got with me Wasim Akram and David Gower, the two legends, wonderful legends here in Karachi. Was starting off with Pakistan, I mean, they started off well in that previous T20 that we saw. The first 6 overs were capitalized, but what happened afterwards?
I think this has been in a discussion from last day or two. The middle order collapsing and the openers run rate, a lot of people talking about it. And I think we got the perfect start. We were 85 for 1 or something in about 10 overs. And then obviously once middle order came out, what I like to see from Pakistan, I understand winning and losing is part of the game. But the fear of losing, if I get out, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You'll play the next game. So you know there's a muhavra in Urdu.
Yeah.
वो गीदड़ की 100 साल जिंदगी से शेर की एक दिन की जिंदगी बहुत बेहतर होती है. तो उस मोटो के साथ जाएं, ज़्यादा हारेंगे ना. Ability है लड़कों में. They have the ability, no doubt. But they just for some odd reason, it's scare of losing. The fear of losing is not letting them play those big shots.
मतलब शेरों की तरह खेलना चाहिए is what Baz is saying. But in terms of playing fearlessly, England obviously had no such problems because they started off so well at the top.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get too carried away too soon. It's 1 game out of 7. Can I just pick up on Waz's point, because there has always been this thing, if as an individual, whatever the team culture, as an individual, if you're not quite sure of what you're doing, if you're starting to think about it, it becomes harder. And that's what's happening, I think, with Pakistan middle order. And they're trying things, it's not working, confidence goes down again. So instead of 100 runs from the last 10, it was what, 50 odd from the last, it was not good. It was, you lose momentum and then you let the other side in the game. Credit to England, because they kept their heads and they kept squeezing Pakistan. No doubt if, for instance, if Moeen Ali wins the toss again, he'll try and repeat exactly the same sort of thing. But the irony for me is this. You look at PSL, for instance, and you look at that Pakistan middle order in PSL. Yeah, that ball is disappearing left, right and centre, bouncing on roofs of stadia. And the 2 guys who won it for England the bat in the end were PSL players, as we mentioned in the opener. Yeah. So it's, and the difference is purely confidence.
Yeah, definitely. Quick thoughts, Waz, before we head to a break. Would you like to see any changes, or is it too early to make any change in the
It's too early. Unless there's an injury, then they'll make a change. But otherwise, stick with the same team. playing 11 and give them some confidence.
Yeah, the confidence is what they need, and Waz is saying they need to be playing fearlessly. That's what we want to see from Pakistan today. We need them to rise to the occasion. Of course, it is the second T20 of the 7 T20 that we have for this series between Pakistan versus England. We'll be taking a short breather. When we are back, of course, we've got the toss, we've got the pitch report, and we've got plenty more lined up for you. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. We're only moments away from the toss here between Pakistan versus England. It's the second T20 international that we have here. And of course, everybody's hoping for a better performance from Pakistan. That middle order, a lot of conjecture around it, what they need to be doing in terms of scoring runs, a lot of discussions on that strike rate as well. But at the end of the day, it is, in fact, time to deliver, because remember, we're looking at the road to that all-important T20 World Cup. It's about trying different things over there. So we'll have to wait and see how things go. Now we are ready with the toss. So it's over to Arooj Mumtaz, who is out there with the two captains.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It's another glorious evening here at the National Stadium in Karachi as we are ready for the toss for the second T20I of the Bank Alfla presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. Of course, alongside me, the two captains, Babar Azam and Moin Ali, and ICC match referee, Mr. Mohammad Javed Malik. Babar, you have the coin? Here we go. Head is the call. and 8 ahead. 2 in a row now, Moin. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bat first. I think the wicket doesn't look as good, as fresh as the other one. Still looks decent, but there's a lot more cracks, and we have 3 spinners as well.
You had a wonderful first game. You were very happy for the performance, but there's always room for improvement. Even within that win, what are the areas you're looking to improve on?
I thought actually first game was really, really good. You're always looking for improvement with the bat ball and in the field. I think batting we were really good on a tough surface at the end. But there's always room for improvement. You're always trying to get better and improve as the series goes on.
Any changes in your team for tonight?
One change, Liam Dawson comes in for Gleeson.
Oh, well, Moin, thank you for talking to us and good luck. Skipper of Pakistan, Babar Azam. Babar, you've had a look at the wicket. What do you feel will be a good score to restrict them on?
With pitch like a little bit dry wicket, so I think is 150, 160 is chaseable.
It's a new game. It didn't go your way in the first game. Areas of improvement?
We started well in first 10 hours, but we were our middle order is not up to the mark. I think as a middle order we step up and looking forward to the match.
And any changes in your team for tonight?
We have one changes, Naseem Shah and Hasnain.
Well, Babar, thank you and good luck for tonight. So the news from the centre is that England have won the toss and will have a bat first.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, England are batting first in this game. They decided to bowl first, was in the previous one. Obviously, slightly different pitch conditions that we're looking at. Is that the reason?
I haven't seen the pitch closely, but it looked very dry from where we were, from the boundary. But I think England team's got this confidence that they can they realize that on this pitch, if they get to 160, 170, if there's no dew, and they're highly unlikely there will be dew because it's quite windy now today. So yeah, 160 plus will be a very good total to defend on this slow and dry pitch.
What about for England then? Of course, they're batting first here. They'll be high on confidence. In terms of the team morale, David, when you start a tour on a winning note, despite the fact that they've had a few injuries, they're still able to, their bench strength is so strong.
Yeah, it's a big squad. Some of them being nursed through these first few games, being held back for the end, just to be sure they're going to be properly fit. What's interesting here, though, I think, is what they've looked at in terms of the pitch is it looked at its best, didn't it, the first 10 overs of the game the other night.
Yeah.
Looked beautiful then and slowed down. So it gives them a chance of batting when the pitch is at its best. If their middle order follow through, unlike Pakistan's in the first innings, then we'll be looking at a bigger total. But I think both captains are looking at something slightly below the average here, which was 192 the other night. It's come down to a mere 188 now. But they'll be looking at something just under that. And then England have played the extra spinner because, I find this confusing because Pakistan is a place you'd think that batsmen understand spin, play it well.
Yeah.
But they seem to be backing the spinners, the extra spinners, on this slow pitch, gripping pitch, to slow things down.
They definitely are backing their spinners because their spinners did extremely well in that previous game. Now, we're talking about the conditions being slightly different, perhaps, to that first T20 international. Let's go over to Bazat Khan and find out more about the pitch.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Apart from England, outside England, Karachi is the one venue that has the highest scoring rate. I thought we missed out on the first game and it looked slightly slow, and I think this will also be pretty similar. To get to that normal Karachi run rate, you'll really have to bat out to the skin because it looks as if it's quite dry, and similar to the first game, the ball might just not arrive as it goes soft. If we go to the dimensions, from here, a left-hander hitting straight down the ground, the longest hit is sort of mid-off really, 79 meters. Sides, square of the wicket, well, they're pretty similar, 70, 71. The only sort of place you can actually target is behind square, and those go slightly less in terms of the dimensions, I think 63, so that you can be able to work that. But otherwise, again, the pitch looks absolutely similar to the first T20I, but what you want to do is make sure that you're hitting back of a length and also bowling pretty straight into the stumps to make it even more difficult for the batters.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Whatever it is, they'll definitely to bat well in these conditions. Thank you so much for your thoughts, gentlemen. We'll be taking a short breather. And when we are back, we'll be having a closer look at the teams with two set of new guests. Back at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and the news from the centre is that England have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. There are two changes overall, one from Pakistan, one from an England perspective. Liam Dawson comes in instead of Richard Gleeson, and Naseem Shah is not playing. I believe both have slight niggles and injuries that they're dealing with, which is why Mohammad Hasnain gets a chance. Right, new set of faces. Bazat Khan is making his debut today in the studio with us at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and we've got a veteran in the form of Waqar Yunus. Bazat, आपने तो pitch देखी भी है. England का एक change है, पाकिस्तान का भी एक ही change है. तो क्या कोई different pitch है या क्या है कि England is batting first today? कल पिछले मैच में उन्होंने bowling का फैसला किया था.
मेरे ख्याल से तो almost the same है. ऐसी वैसे कराची में इतनी ड्राई पिच कमी मुझे नज़र आई, शायद क्योंकि नया लेआउट है पिचेस का, तो उसका इफ़ेक्ट है कि इतनी कॉम्पैक्ट नहीं है. लेकिन अगर आप देखें तो इंग्लैंड ने स्पिनर खिलाया, तो वो ये सोच रहे हैं कि जैसे जैसे मैच होगा तो बॉल ज़रा स्लो आएगा. प्लस जो इंग्लैंड की ख़ास बात है, वकार भाई आ गए, वसीम भाई होते तो लेफ़्ट आर्मर ही खिला रहे हैं. 3 फास्ट बॉलर लेफ़्ट आर्म, स्पिनर भी लेफ़्ट आर्म, और राइट आर्म पे कह रहे हैं कि ज़ाया है.
अच्छा वकार भाई, पाकिस्तान के पर्सपेक्टिव से नसीम शाह आज नहीं खेल रहे तो ऑब्वियसली थोड़ा इम्पैक्ट तो होगा टीम पे, जो ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ लास्ट फ्यू वीक्स, लास्ट मंथ हमने देखा है जो इन्फ्लुएंस उसका हुआ है टीम पे।
आई थिंक इतना इम्पैक्ट नहीं होगा, क्योंकि पिच को देखा जाए तो पिच में एज ए फास्ट बॉलर्स के लिए इतना कुछ नहीं। इवन पिछले मैच में भी नसीम शाह, वो जो हमने देखा था पिछले मैचेस में या दुबई में देखा था, उस तरह की वो जिप नज़र नहीं आई, उस तरह की वो एनर्जी नज़र नहीं आई। तो आई थिंक दैट विल नॉट मेक मच ऑफ अ डिफरेंस, क्योंकि उसनैन ने भी अच्छी बॉलिंग कर रखी थी। तो आई थिंक ये ठीक है। अब जो चेंज की है, सिर्फ मुझे जो समझ आती है वो ये आती है कि जब आप बैटिंग करने जाएंगे या बैटिंग करेंगे, तो जब आपका एक टाइम आ जाएगा जब you need those Asifs or Khushdils and all these big hitters to come up the order rather than going further down. So I think that's where Pakistan missing the trick.
Definitely Pakistan definitely need runs on the board, whether it's a top order, middle order. बड़ी discussions होती रहती हैं इस चीज़ के ऊपर, but at the end of the day, runs on the board is what's required in either way. चलें, we're talking about pace, we're talking about bounce, we're talking about variations. So we've got some useful insight from the legend himself. Wasim Akram was earlier with Arooj Mumtaz.
Brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
So let's talk about pace. What pace means, how it's measured and what impact the surfaces have. Obviously हम बात कर रहे हैं रिलीज स्पीड की। जब तेज़ बॉलर बॉल करता है हम सब देखते हैं कि नीचे स्पीड आ रही होती है, वो होती है स्पीड, रिलीज स्पीड, which is measured from the release of the hand. And I've obviously got Wasim bhai with me, the great legendary bowler, once again to discuss this topic. वसीम भाई, हम बात कर रहे हैं कि सरफेस का कितना इम्पैक्ट होता है पेस के ऊपर, क्योंकि नसीम की फॉर इंस्टेंस एक 145 की अगर आप डिलीवरी लें, वो सारी दुनिया में जहाँ पर भी वो 145 ही रहेगी हाथ से, बट पढ़ने के बाद जो फ़र्क पड़ता है उसका कितना फ़र्क पड़ता है?
बिल्कुल, पढ़ने के बाद ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। इवन स्लो लो पिचेस की भी बात करो तो पढ़ने के बाद बॉल स्लो हो जाता है। अगर आपको कंपैरिजन दिखाते हैं स्पीड गन का, देखिए नॉर्मल स्पीड जब रिलीज किया बॉल, सो द पेस वाज प्रॉब्ली 145, एंड जो ग्रीन वाला आप देख रहे हैं वो है कराची की बाउंस और कराची की पेस आफ्टर ठप्पा लगने के बाद बॉल का। और देखिए कितना फ़र्क है। ओवल में देखें 135 किलोमीटर एन आवर पढ़ने के बाद, एंड इन कराची 128 किलोमीटर एन आवर। सो दैट्स गुड, अबाउट 6-7 किलोमीटर्स। और इसकी इतनी सी पेस से बहुत फ़र्क पड़ता है। और बॉलिंग ऑन दीज पिचेस देखें, इसका पहला बॉल था ये, एक तो फुल था और एक वाइड था। अब इन पिचेस पे नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आप पूछना चाहोगे कि इन पिचेस पे बॉलिंग कैसे करनी है। इन पिचेस पे बॉलिंग यू गॉट टू बॉल विद इन द स्टंप एंड बैक ऑफ अ लेंथ. That's why it's so important. Back of a length means on this pitches, if we're playing in Dubai, it'll be about say 6 to 8 feet there, but on this pitch it'll be slightly fuller, but not fuller के बैट्समैन के प्ले ऐसे करके खेल सके. तो ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है इन बॉलर्स के लिए कि वार्म अप करके पहले गेंद से ही अपना लाइन लेंथ रखें. आप ये इट्स T20 में टाइम नहीं है कि टेस्ट मैच की तरह यू बॉल यू फर्स्ट ओवर, यू वार्म अप एंड देन यू रन इन. इन दिस फॉर्मेट यू गोना रन इन फ्रॉम द मिनट गो.
अच्छा वसीम भाई, हम बात करते हैं, आपने ऑब्वियसली सारी दुनिया में खेला एंड यू वर सक्सेसफुल ऑल थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड. मुश्किल कितना होता है, क्योंकि नॉर्मली अब T20 ट्रूअर ट्रैक्स पे खेली जाती है, तो इस तरह के स्लोअर ट्रैक्स, स्लगिश ट्रैक्स पे अडेप्ट करना कितना मुश्किल होता है, एंड हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इट इज़ टू रिकग्नाइज एंड अंडरस्टैंड कि विकेट क्या करने वाली है?
बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. देखिए मैं बॉलर्स को बताता हूँ, आई टेल बॉलर्स वर्ल्ड वाइड कि एज अ बॉलर I can tell after bowling 2 deliveries or 3 कि how much this is going to swing and how much this is going to bounce. तो उसके बाद मैं एडजस्ट कर सकता हूँ. अगर आपको 2-3 गेंदों में नहीं पता लगा, in this format is probably too late at times. So that's why I stress to the young bowlers what Imran Khan used to do to us कि 6 बॉलें 6 बॉल्स वो हमें कहते हैं स्पाइक्स पहन के पूरे रन अप से नो बॉल देख के पूरे 1 ओवर करो, पूरा जोर लगा के, एंड देन गो रिलैक्स. बिकॉज क्या होता है, आपका फ्रंट फुट जब फ्रंट लाइन पे पड़ता है तो माइंड एक्सेप्ट कर लेता है कि मैंने हाफ रहना है. अगर आपका पहला ही बॉल पड़ेगा स्पेल का यहाँ लाइन के ऊपर आगे जाएगा तो जोर लगाओगे तो उसने आगे जाना ही जाना है और वो नो बॉल हो जाएगी. सो ये बड़ी चीज़ें छोटी छोटी इंपॉर्टेंट है. और ये लड़के तो यहाँ के बड़े हुए हैं. इंग्लैंड फास्ट बॉलर्स रियलाइज द डे बिफोर आफ्टर फर्स्ट 6 ओवर कि दिस इज द पिच वेयर वेरिएशंस आर इंपॉर्टेंट. शॉर्ट बॉल मिडल लेग पे सिंगल दे दी उन्होंने फंसा लिया, वो उन्होंने असेस कर लिया, उन्होंने फिर रिवर्स स्विंग भी किया थोड़ा सा एंड में. हमारे लड़कों ने रिवर्स स्विंग भी नहीं कर सके। सो आई सपोज ये चीज़ें सीखने वाली हैं जल्दी जल्दी कि ऐसे स्लो पिचों में विकेटों में रखना ताकि वो मिस करें और आपकी पैडों पे लगे या विकेटों पे लगे।
Once again, excellent insight from Wasim Bhai himself. छोटी-छोटी चीजें बस फर्क बहुत पड़ता है. Hope you've enjoyed watching.
Expert advice brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
थैंक्स अरूज। वकार भाई आपने भी देखी होगी ऑब्वियसली ये एनालिसिस जनरली, ये बताएं कि कितना ज़रूरी है, जिससे कि डिस्कशन हो रही थी कि कंडीशंस के मुताबिक लेंथ्स को जो है चेंज किया जाए।
आजकल तो बहुत ज़रूरी है और बड़ी जल्दी करना पड़ता है। जैसे वसीम भाई ने कहा ना कि इंग्लैंड टीम ने बहुत जल्दी लर्न कर लिया, एंड आई थिंक T20 क्रिकेट में इतना टाइम होता नहीं है, सो यू गॉट टू जस्ट व्हाटएवर यू डू यू हैव टू रियली बी क्विक।
अच्छा बाजिद, ऑब्वियसली एज अ बैटर इन दीज कंडीशंस क्या टारगेट से आप कंफर्टेबल होंगे इफ यू आर ऑन इन द इंग्लैंड टीम कि भाई दिस इज इनफ फॉर पाकिस्तान?
देखिए चेस पाकिस्तान अच्छा करती है, सारी टीमें अब चेस अच्छा करती हैं, तो अगर 158 कल हुआ था तो यू लुकिंग एट समथिंग इन द रीजन ऑफ 170-80, बट इफ़ यू गेट देयर इज़ फाइन, बट यू वांट टू ट्राई एंड गेट देयर बिकॉज ऑफ द फैक्ट कि आप चेस में ऑल अराउंड द ग्लोब टीम्स बहुत कंफर्टेबल हैं, तो आप एम उस पर करोगे। अगर यू डोंट गेट टू इट, यू एटलीस्ट गेट टू 160, बट यू हैव टू एम बिग इन ऑर्डर टू गेट टू 160।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर थॉट्स बोथ जेंटलमैन हियर। बाबर आजम ने कहा था कि 150-160 पे हम कोशिश करेंगे कि उनको रिस्ट्रिक्ट करें। दोनों टीम्स में एक एक चेंजेस भी हैं एज यू हर्ड, बट नाउ इट्स टाइम फॉर अ शॉर्ट ब्रीदर। व्हेन वी डू कम बैक ऑन द अदर साइड वी विल बी टेकिंग यू थ्रू द फर्स्ट इनिंग्स, सो डोंट गो एनीवेयर, वी विल बी बैक लाइव शॉर्टली।
To get the chance to play for England again is a huge honour, and to get to do it in a country where I've spent a lot of time and played a lot of cricket means a lot to me.
No, it's fantastic to be here. It's you know, it's an honour to be here with England. You know, to give the fans, you know, cricket which they've been starved of.
The wait was finally over and it was time for action. Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan gave the home team a perfect start.
Unceremoniously dumped out of the ground. What a strike.
England came back strongly, with debutant Luke Wood on fire. Pakistan's innings ran out of steam and they finished with a disappointing 158. In the run chase, it was the comeback man, Alex Hales, who held centre stage.
Slammed away. Alex Hales stands and delivers.
Usman Khadir raised hopes of a turnaround.
Got him! Use the facilities, pitch the ball.
But two batting stars of the PSL, Harry Brook and Alex Hales, ensured England were home.
So it's a very warm welcome to the National Stadium in Karachi for the second match in this series of 7. T20I's Bank Al Falah presents Dapper News, Pakistan versus England, T20I Series 2022. England 1-0 up after that first victory. And we have a new pitch again for tonight's match. It looks very similar. Very dry, very bare, very similar to the pitch we saw for the first match, so maybe we can expect things to go along similar lines, but time, of course, will tell. Both sides want to know more about conditions, of course. The toss was won again by Moeen Ali, but he's changed tactics. He wanted to chase the other night and did so successfully. Today, England want to set the pace. They're going to bat first, and they have one change in their team. So the top order remains the same. Hales, of course, on his comeback with a half-century. Runs from Harry Brook as well. It's Liam Dawson who comes in. Richard Gleeson, the paceman, misses out. So England strengthening the spin attack. We're interested to see how that works, of course, later on in the night with this slow sort of pitch for Pakistan. Equally, just the one change. Hasnain comes in. Naseem Shah misses out. So this depth of Pakistan pace bowling is demonstrated by that change. Where Pakistan certainly need to improve, of course, is in that middle order. A good start from Rizwan and Babar the other night, but 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all having a quiet night. And if they're going to chase successfully, that powerhouse middle order, as was, needs to fire. A team photograph taken just a few moments ago. But the stage is certainly set for what we hope will be a very exciting match. That was the result of the first game. 158 for 7, Pakistan, who lost their way in the middle. Controlled chase by England, 160 for 4, so England winners by 6 wickets with a little bit of time to spare, just 4 balls at the end remaining. And the star of that chase, Alex Hales, returning to the England colours the first time in 3.5 years, opening the innings as he does, of course, in PSL, where he's shown his skill for the last few years. So he understands the conditions. He knows a lot of these Pakistan bowlers, of course, from that experience. And he's started his comeback with a very, very lovely 53 as far as he was concerned, and as far as England were concerned as well. So he needs to carry on that good form, but he'll be setting the pace tonight. Of course, that's England's plan. Up there amongst the great run scorers in this format of the game, and with a strike rate which will be the envy of many, a strike rate of just over 160. That's what makes him dangerous. He has those long levers, he has the power hitting, he has the ability to take on attacks all around the world, not just in Pakistan, but all around the world as well. And Mohammad Rizwan looked in good touch in that first game as well, opening the innings, of course, setting the pace. That first 10 overs or so looked good for Pakistan. That's after that period was done that the steam went out of things, but he looks in good touch and just to reiterate, he and Baba will be chasing later on tonight. Fastest to 2,000 T20 international runs in just 52 innings alongside Baba. They do tend to match each other stat for stat. And ahead of Virat Kohli, of course, we know he can play. KL Rahul next, and Aaron Finch from Australia on 62. It just shows you how important this opening partnership can be. But let's face it, the balance of a team, a winning team, comes from not just two men, but it comes from a team effort. Bazit and Wasim alongside. Gentlemen, what do we reckon? Baz, what do you reckon about tonight?
Evening, DJ. Evening, Wasim bhai. Well, change of tactics, as you mentioned. Now, it'll be interesting how England approach this. I think they'll go even harder, and they'll look to get to 180. Now, Pakistan are very good at chasing, so they'll be pretty happy with what happened with the toss. Now, it's all about how they'll restrict Pakistan.
And you did the pitch report. Pitch looks different than usually you'd see in Karachi. You see it looks drier, a lot more cracks, so that's why England won the toss and elected to bat first, something different. And I think this is in Pakistani's kind of zone. They love chasing. So probably Baba will be saying, thank God that they're batting.
It'd be interesting, because whether you love chasing or not, I mean, one of the issues we've talked about the last couple of nights is the drop in confidence of the middle order. So you need that whole batting line, those top 6, maybe 7, to find the right performances. So they at least will know their target.
And I think England read that pitch beautifully. They're playing extra spinner as an all-rounder, Liam Dawson, who's really a very useful cricketer. And of course, the opener, Phil Salt. His career strike rate is about more than 180, if I'm not wrong. But this guy is a very dangerous player. Plays shots all around the ground, and of course we've seen Alex Hale, the highest run getter this year in T20 format, with strike rate of 150 plus. That shows the quality of this player.
Well, it is good for England, really good, that they have this absolute depth in white ball talent, because they've seen, sadly, Jason Roy lose form, lose runs over the last few months of the English summer. So Phil Salt has been chipping away. He's got his place in the side here. He's got his chance to really cement that. With Hales making his comeback, with Johnny Bairstow, for instance, injured, bizarrely injured. I mean, the golf's a terrible game, isn't it? It's a very dangerous game, you know.
Apparently, the way we have seen in last week or so, people are just getting injured on a golf course.
Well, there we go.
Freak accidents.
So the stage is indeed set then for this second of 7 matches in this T20I series. Just to confirm, England batting first by choice. Moeen Ali has won 2 tosses out of 2 so far. There is that one change in the Pakistan team, with Mohammad Hasnain coming in and Nazim Shah missing out.
And well done to Karachi crowd once again. Tuesday, pack house. Today, Friday. Obviously, weekend tomorrow, another pack house. And what they need right now from Pakistan is to fight till the last ball, play some positive cricket.
We've changed the order of the week now, Wes. We decided to have Thursday after Wednesday this week.
Yep, totally forgot, David. My bad. Yes, today's Thursday.
To be fair, I hadn't noticed, but Azim, our scorer, he's on the ball. He knows these things.
Apparently, I'm not on the ball tonight.
Things can only get better. Right, just waiting for the countdown. Baz, what day is it for you, by the way?
It's fun day every day.
Good answer. Just waiting for the countdown now to get us underway. 10 seconds to go.
So one change for Pakistan. Naseem Shah probably got some niggle, and Hasnain is back in the squad. He's got slip in place straight away. Fine leg is a little finer.
First ball comes up. Ooh, should we say that was a little fortunate for the Pakistans, slightly offline, and we've seen all the evidence from that other game, the first game of the series, cannot afford to be offline on pitches like this. And the man at fine leg is up in the circle.
Yeah, it's almost the best time to bat on this particular or these particular sort of surfaces where the ball comes on, skids on with the new ball. You have more opportunity to actually get bat on ball and time the ball. And the power play is so important that I think major part of your scoring rate should be in the power play.
Oh, that's well bowled. That's a good start. Second ball of the night. Fresh air outside the outside edge.
Perfect length, bit of swing as well. This is the line. And he had no idea. Alex Hales, good carry to the keeper as well. He's got pace, this boy. 144 kilometers an hour, the previous delivery.
Yeah, swing changes everything. Any format, if there's a little bit of swing, it puts a different dimension straight away.
And we saw very little of it the other night. First run of the night then, just guided down to third man. Alex Hales and England are off the mark. But just watching his name come in with his first over, again, it just proves the depth of pace bowling talent in this country, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, we've shown the same thing in Asia Cup. Our fast bowlers were the one, they bowled the most 140 plus deliveries in the whole Asia Cup. So yes, we have pace bowlers battery, and I think that's a good sign for Pakistan cricket. So when you talk about how to bowl on pitches like this is the length. And of course the line. Just off stump, middle off, not even middle, just off stump all the time. I know it's difficult to bowl consistently there, but that's how kind of will save you as a bowler on this kind of pitch early on. There's a bit of breeze around, beautiful weather, comfortable weather in Karachi.
Well, flies away, airborne, flies very quickly down to third man where it's well fielded. Just that little bit of width. It's Usman Khadir down there. That little bit of width frees up the arms, frees up the stroke. And those are the ones that can be dangerous.
Beautiful rhythmic action, high arm, and look at his head is still. That's so important for young bowlers. Your head is still. And then the release point. He worked on it, worked on his action. It worked well for him. And then, of course, follow-through is also as important for fast bowlers. That's how you bend your back and generate extra pace.
It's a good over from Mohammad Hasnain. First over of the night. It's 3 without loss. Yeah, another good crowd in. And let's face it, seeing England back in this country for the first time in a long, long time, 17 years. And once again, made the point, a year overdue, but nice to have them here. Crowd enthusiastic as ever, filling this National Stadium in Karachi. Quiet start, 3 runs from that first over, 2 and 1, Salt and Hales respectively. Malan, Duckett, Brook, Moeen, and the all-rounders. So, as with the chase a couple of nights ago, an over of pace followed by an over of spin for Pakistan. Mohammad Nawaz.
Sort of field set he's got. Bazid, he's got cock corner, mid-wicket, and then he's got man on the boundary at mid-off. So those are the two fielders outside the circle. And he's very experienced bowling in first 6 overs. He did consistently in IPL for PSL, beg your pardon, again. PSL for Quetta Gladiators. A very useful cricketer.
That's the super shot. Just got enough on it. Just. That is the bravest of shots when the long off is back. Phil Salt looks relatively unconcerned, but his heart must have been in his mouth here for a little moment, because it needed to carry the man and it just did so. Gives himself space again, can't find a way through the offside on the ground this time.
Yeah, this is what England tried to do the other night, where they kept backing away from Nawaz and made room and try and hit it through the offside. The ball is sort of darting back in. He just needs to spin one in order to just create some doubt.
Easy one. How do you spin one on a brand new flat pitch in Karachi?
Exactly.
The second over.
Explain that to me, Basil.
You think he won't spin in Karachi?
Oh yeah, in about 10 overs time.
Yeah, but it's a dry surface. He's got the new ball. If he keeps starting it back in, Alex Hales will do exactly that as well. He'll back away and try and hit him through the offside.
Alex is very good against spin as well, equally good. His go-to areas are basically against the left-arm spinner, extra cover. They've got mid-off back for him, and of course he goes slog sweep towards square legs, hence the square leg fielder back on the boundary.
He hasn't quite got hold of it, but he's just got enough of it. A bit of a fumble down on that boundary edge. But that's the other way to go when the long off is back and there is space over mid-on. But this wasn't anywhere near the middle of the bat, it was clothed.
You see, when you talk about fearless cricket, this is what it's all about. They're taking chances, they're playing their shots, they know where the fielders are. If they get out, that's okay.
Oh, just dropped short this time. And again the misfield. Well, they're taking chances, that is for sure. Just to let Baz know, it's not turning yet. 13 without loss. Well, it's the right approach for this form of the game, isn't it? I mean, just to reiterate, really, when the ball is brand new, pitch is brand new, you can gamble that it's not going to really grip. So when that space is there of a long on, and you've got sort of the levers that Hales has, it's a very much a tempting place to go, but he's just mistimed it both ways. One over the top, just one dropping short, just.
Yeah, also the tactics with Pakistan, they're playing two spinners and Nawaz bowls in the power play, bowls one over there. So if they're not going to use Iftikhar, then it's a problem.
They probably will today, especially against the left-handers. David Milan is there as well, batting at number 3, and another a talented player.
Well, the sort of anticipation didn't work out that time. Left himself too much space. Just remember, because life is too short for sensitive teeth, look after them with Sensodyne. Right, now he's sorted the teeth out, back to the game. Good start from Mohammad Hasnain. Anyone who's been in this country the last couple of years has seen the likes of him, and Dahani, who's in this team, of course, and many others. Naseem Shah not playing this game, but many others of that sort of young, enthusiastic age where they just love what they do. They've got pace, they've got skill. Half the crowd wondering whether that was somehow skewed off a bat, off an edge, into the keeper's gloves, into Rizwan's gloves, but no way.
Really is a good over, good change of pace, and he's bowling on a consistent line just outside off stump, wide full deliveries, because Hales is giving himself room instead of following him. That's what he wants as a batsman. He's going the opposite way. Sensible bowling, clever bowling.
Might just suggest also that Hales will have thought he's missed out on that one, full and wide like that. Slightly more leg side, that races away. Man still on the circle there at, well, short fine leg. Absolutely no chance for him at all.
Yeah, this time he walks across. He doesn't want to back away and just goes into those pads. Anything there is just that short, fine leg to stop it from going to the fence, and you'd be lucky if it goes straight to him.
Gives himself space again. It goes over the top, and it goes all the way as well. That big outside edge flew all the way down to that third man boundary. They're taking their chances and they're making their own luck.
Exactly. 10 from 2. This was outside edge what went over the boundary for 6. So 10 from 2 deliveries. First 3 were dot balls, so they recovered. They got 10 runs as well. So 23 for none in 2.5.
Well, that's well bowled. Straight and full, the mix-up between the batsmen, they get away with it. 3 overs gone, 24 without loss.
Yeah, they throw it the wrong end in the end. Alex Hales just clapping that Phil Salt called him through because he was blindsided where the ball had gone. But even after that terrific start to the over, they've ended up with 11.
Yeah, one thing that was noticeable first game was the running between Baba and Rizwan, which was electric. England need to just sort out their running a little bit. But Phil Salt, that last ball, that last over, was confident he could make it. He was alert to the situation. It was all perfectly safe in the end. Right, spin replaced by pace. Shahnawaz Dahani. Good start for Dahani. I mean, this is where the tactics in that previous over from Nawaz have worked for England, because they've made the change happen. So Baba has to make this change. This was the near mix-up. Hales was following the ball. Salt was just coming, come what may. The throw went to the keeper's end, where Salt was always going to be safe, and Hales equally so at the other end.
Dahani got fine leg up in the circle. He's sprinting in. That's his second delivery.
Bit off deep enough to allow the one, trying to cut off any potential boundaries there.
In the last game, most of his boundaries outside that off stump, and remember that he also tends to make room and keep leg side off the ball, so maybe you need to just follow him and try and cramp him up.
It really is difficult to bowl to a batsman like this in first 6 overs in this format, because he plays both sides of the pitch. Here we go, good delivery, big appeal, but it wasn't even close.
Dahani definitely fits into the category of fast bowlers for whom anything within 3 postcodes is close enough to have a shout.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what fast bowlers do. They think every delivery they hit the pads, it's hitting middle.
Yeah, why not? If you don't ask, you don't get.
He is what's known as an enthusiast. That's an edge. You can do absolutely nothing about those as a fielding side. Frustration for Dahani.
Any chance of middling one, Alex? But again, bad luck. It is good ball. We just got the outside edge. Obviously, third man was a little wider. There's no slip, that's why. And he's been lucky so far, Alex Hales.
It's a hugely ambitious shot, isn't it? You early overs of the game, yes, of course, yes, you're taking a risk. Yes, you're trying to force the pace. That was just short of a length. He bounced a little bit as well. I mean, if he got hold of it, it would have been bouncing off the stand, top of the stand at wide mid-wicket. As it is, he's just got to settle for 4 down to third man. Bit of a ricochet. Oh, he's just targeting Phil Salt as he made his ground down at the keeper's end there. That ball was homing in on him.
Was he aiming at the stumps or at Alex Hales? Oh, Phil Salt. It was very, very close. Good running this. Very good running.
We're back. We're back. Good to see you. Thanks, sir.
Sweetly timed. There was always going to be one there with that man right on the edge of the circle. 32 without loss after 4. So 8 runs and over from these first 4. 2 more to go in the power play. We'll see if England tonight make a better fist of the middle overs and the latter overs than Pakistan did in match number 1, which is where Pakistan largely lost it, not making enough in those overs to set a testing target. Three bowlers used so far. 3 overs of pace, 1 of spin. England taking the attack straight away to Mohammad Nawaz. Now another change in the bowling, more pace, extreme pace from Haris Rauf. Hoiked away in the air, not out of the middle of the bat, just trickling its way towards the boundary where it just beats the dive.
And neither player so far has been able to find that center of the bat. That's pretty high up. It's just sort of trickled away. Valiant effort. Iftikhar chasing it down, but no. The dive even? No, it's just gone for 4. It's been a bit of ball falling for Iftikhar. It's finding him everywhere.
Not his day, I suppose. The change of field now. There's a fielder at mid-wicket for this particular shot. Fine leg third man up in the circle.
Well, I suppose we have to say well placed, because it's gone straight to him. Not for the same shot. So we've had a flurry of boundaries already in this innings. Just that 1-6. And the 1-6 disappearing over third man, just clearing it by a couple of yards. Bank Al-Falah will be adding $1,000 towards the Pakistan Flood Relief Fund for that 6 and each 6 that's hit tonight. So that goes down as a Bank Al-Falah great sixer. Change of pace.
Good variation. He's one of the best in world cricket in this format. Haris Rauf, beautifully bowled.
You talked about the length you bowl on this pitch, but David, in your day, or even sort of 10 years ago, footwork was either going forward or back. Now it's sort of all across. He's moving across all the time.
Again, that's well bowled. Yeah, footwork has, you're right, it's changed, Baz.
Yeah, it's just,
You know,
it's across.
it's gone 360.
Yeah, now, so, especially now, as you want to be bowling within those stumps, bowling short of length, but I feel like Alex Hales is going left, right, and centre.
In some ways, it's just about setting the feet where you can swing the bat, isn't it? It's rather than going to the ball.
Correct.
So as long as you've got room to swing your arms, and you kind of make up the shot as you go along. Your feet, in many ways, move less now. You just get them set, get the body set, and just wait for the ball. Up high, and just long enough. There you are. He's just set them outside leg stump and swing the bat.
Exactly, he's given himself room this time. He goes down leg side. He was trying to get to the ball previous delivery, but now he moves back and hits it over the top.
And it is difficult for a bowler in first 6 overs, especially against the players like these two, Hales and Salt, because they move around all the time. They don't let the bowler set in. Either it gave themselves room or either they go cross.
It's great to watch. I mean, the only way you can stop it is if you brought in a rule like a hammer throw in athletics and say the batsman's not allowed to move out of that little circle at the crease.
Can't you play around with the batsman's spikes or nails?
Harsh. Not to mention painful. 5 overs bowled, 42 without loss.
Atmosphere is electric here at the National Stadium once again. Fans have poured into the ground hoping for a better showing for their heroes. The home team were outplayed in their own conditions in match 1. Can they remedy that here in game 2? Projected at the moment 168. England have ridden their luck a little bit. The intent has been clear. Knocked him over. You can talk about intent all you like, but when your stumps are lying on the floor behind you and the bowler is charging off towards the dressing room, you know it's time to go.
The signature celebrations from Thani. A big wicket has been taken by this young man. They were controlling the game before this happened. Slow delivery working for Pakistan. And Dagerman Alex Hales been picked up. He was need at the time. Contribution of Alex Hales, 26 from 21 deliveries, is 42 for 1.
Darren Milan is the next man in, 35 years of age, has a startling record in T20 international cricket. 20 from 15 in the first game, 6 and out off the bowling of Usman Khadir. Conditions look a little trickier today. Rahani. Oh, he's knocked him over again. Around his legs, and off he goes. Pointing to the badge, pointing to the dressing room. If he had a point to prove, he is proving it.
Fantastic. That's what we know about Dhani. Dhani loves it when he picks up a wicket. He goes around. He enjoys it. He enjoys the crowd. We've seen it in PSL, and now watch that. That's a beautiful delivery, right on the money. And David Milan gone across a little bit too much, exposed his leg stump, and there we go. Off you go, Dhani. Big wicket, massive wicket, 2 big wickets for Dhani. 42 for 2.
Ben Duckett is a new man in. He comes in on a hat-trick. Man from the outskirts of Sindh province, Shahnawaz Dahani, has 2 from 2. He's hit the timber twice. Good noise, good noise, Waqar.
Not a bad delivery, eh? Very, very good delivery, the hat-trick ball. But how about these first 2 deliveries? Read the pitch really well, Dhani. Ball slow one, attacking the stumps, picking up first wicket, and second one down the leg side. It was just clipping the leg stump.
Yeah, for me, the best thing about the last dismissal when he bowled David Milan. In the previous outing, he was moving the ball away from the off stump. Had David Milan batting from middle north, and this time around he bowled straight. And the leg stump was exposed and he struck. Clever bowling from the young fast bowler.
I'm guessing, Amir, that you didn't get bowled around your legs very often.
At times I did.
By pacers or by spinners?
Spinner. Yeah, he's a thinking cricketer, isn't he? Saw him batting from middle leg, bowled straight, thinking on his feet, and the celebrations. He does enjoy the game, doesn't he? Loves bowling too.
He looks an athlete. Just those shots of him sprinting in slow motion back towards the dressing room. He moves well, generates pace. He loves bowling fast.
He's a big character. Loves his bowling, loves his cricket. A very social person, Dhani.
Yeah, KFC in conjunction with the Pakistan Flood Relief Fund, for every wicket they will donate 50,000 rupees towards those flood relief efforts. Every penny much appreciated. Slow ball again, and Duckett has found a way of finding the fence. The final over of the power play is often full of drama. This one has been no different. 48 for 2.
How well he played that one and spotted that slow delivery. Waited on the ball, and just guided the ball into the vacant area. This is good batting.
Maybe England need a player like Duckett to stay out there, because he's a kind of a batsman who will just maneuver the ball square of the wicket. It's a pitch, it's a very slow pitch. So the power play gone, done and dusted. 48 for 2. Pakistan will feel that they're back in the game.
Yeah, Hassan Raza with the windmill arm action. It's time to introduce spin. Usman Qadir, who was expensive, although he did pick up a couple of wickets in game one. short. That's his problem, isn't it? That he can bowl terrific deliveries, but as yet to find that sort of consistency. Batsman can almost wait for the odd bad delivery. England bring up 50. Top of the stumps. Not bad.
It spun.
It did. Both, well, England thought it was going to. They picked an extra spinner. Pakistan were quite happy to replace quick bowler for quick bowler. If you're just joining us, Richard Gleeson was the man left out by England. He's got a slight back niggle. So Liam Dawson, the left-arm spinner, came in to replace him. And as far as Pakistan are concerned, Naseem Shah sits this one out. Mohammad Hasnain is in the place in his stead. So both teams seeing it slightly differently, or reading the conditions slightly differently.
Well, the big problem for England right now is not the spin, it's the slowness of the pitch. Yes, it is spinning a little bit, but it's spinning so slow that you have to really make the pace when you're hitting the ball. Good delivery.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is to watch England's approach with the spinner. Will they continue to look for boundaries, or will they go, as Pakistan did, and look for singles and knocking and nudging and running?
They don't need to be extravagant. If you've done your homework, scour the information, you know you're gonna get a bad ball from Usman Qadir. Just work the ball into the gaps. Boundary ball is going to come to you anyways. It's all about batting intelligently on a surface like this.
Yeah, that was a bad ball. That wasn't the best of the deliveries. It was nice and full, juicy full toss. But sometimes when the pitch is so slow that you just forget that there's a bat ball coming at you. You're just so worried at times.
It was short, and Salt almost had the speed to get himself back and in a position to drill it between mid-on and mid-wicket, but as it was, he rather clothed it, and they pick up a single. 5 from the last delivery of the 7:53 for 2. Pakistan dragging themselves back into it. It was a good start from England. Might have been a little bit streaky. I think that gives you an idea as to how difficult this pitch is going to be. Nawaz not gathering a great deal of spin at the moment, but arcing that ball in to try and cramp room from Phil Salt.
Yeah, he's helping the cause of the batsman by providing that pace, bowling those arm deliveries, darting the ball in.
Now there's a man who could turn a ball into Kaab Alam. Now the reason I bring that up, and I forgive, please forgive me. Intikab, of course, was a great overseas player for Surrey County Cricket Club back in the 70s and 80s. Waqar Younis is next to me, overseas player at Surrey County Cricket Club, and of course they won the county championship today, so congrats to all.
I've been sandwiched. Those Surrey guys. Proud, aren't you? Your team winning that championship.
But everybody wants to win them. Actually, we never won one when Waqar was around.
No, we were not good enough.
Well, that one died on the batsman, kept really low. Sign of things to come.
Yeah, without a doubt. Lots of information needs to go back and forth from the players in the middle to those in the dugout, calculating what they think a defendable score is. I didn't think it'd be long before we saw one of those, and it's pretty well executed by Salt.
Is this a stroke good on this pace to play those reverse sweeps, because the ball's keeping a little low? Watch that, it didn't bounce at all. He kept his eyes really closely on the ball, but might be a little bit dangerous there. Good fielding there, Dhani. Dhani's full on tonight.
Yeah, it was cleverly executed. Reverse sweep. It didn't try and hit the ball very hard, just guided the ball into the gap.
Salt almost swinging himself off his feet there. I think both these players have realised that trying to hit back over the bowler's head or hit through the line of the ball is just not paying any dividends at the moment, the lack of pace. Trying to create angles elsewhere or trying to put pace on the ball by flinging themselves at it. Oh, that's cheeky. That's really impudent from Ben Duckett. He is a maestro at all manner of sweeps. Boundary to finish the 9th. The 8th, sorry, 62 for 2.
Yeah, that was quick delivery. What, 92.5 kilometers an hour, and very well read by Duckett, and just got nicely under it and used that pace. This is the pitch where you don't really have to bowl quickly. Bowl a little slower. The idea is to land in the right region and then try to spin it. You bowl quicker, it'll come onto the bat nicely.
Beautiful overhead views of the National Stadium. Lights of the city and the surrounds lighting up your screens here. It really is a wonderful sight, and the ground is full and pulsating here in Karachi. Oh, was there an edge? How has that missed the stumps? How was that missed?
It turned a bit too much.
It's a little risky, but you have to take those risks, I feel, because England a little bit behind now. They're probably looking at 150, maybe 160. For that, they have to keep taking those risks.
Osman can turn the ball. He's got that ability. It's all about landing the ball in the right areas consistently. Got into the over quite nicely, Usman Khader. Was there an edge? Nope.
Yeah, more sweeps, and that one kicked a little. You've got a little bit of variable bounce as well as the odd ball gripping and turning.
You've got a feel for the batsman here. This pitch is demanding, isn't it?
Well, plenty of bowlers would say, well, they're flat so often, we hardly get anything in our favour, so we don't mind every once in a while. But it does mean that the cricket will be of a different type. We're not going to see the ball flying out of the park too often. Batters are going to have to find a way of keeping the rate up around 7-8 runs and over. They're going to have to take some risks to do it.
First of all, it's okay to be in a bit of trouble as a batsman out there. It's okay.
Man set back for that reverse. So that's excellent homework from Pakistan, from Baba.
Just recently in Abu Dhabi, and not Abu Dhabi, sorry, at Dubai and Sharjah, we saw some really good pitches. It was good for the faster bowlers, and the batters struggled there also, which is good to see. And what we're seeing right now, it's a hard work out there. You have to really find a method to to play on this pitch.
Spider Cam back in action. Nice view of Ben Duckett and his footwork. Oh, that stayed down. Yeah, Phil Salt is like, wow, how did he hit that? No, he needs a towel. Good idea. 66 for 2.
Now, when as a captain you win the toss and decide to bat first, you want your openers to go big in the first 6 overs to take control of the game. But you have to give credit to the Pakistani bowlers by picking up those 2 wickets. Crawl their way back into the game.
Yeah, good time for a cuppa. Tapal tea moment. Deliciously refreshing. Serious business, tea drinking.
Oh, it's huge in this part of the world. People love their cuppas, not a cup.
Another sweep, top edge, but I think he's got a nice piece of it. Yes, that has flashed away behind square for 4. Excellent work from Salt.
Oh, this is brilliant. Ball striking straight inside the line of the delivery to be able to hit the ball away from the fielder at backward square leg. This boundary will ease off the pressure.
Well, Nawaz bowling his 3rd over and he still hasn't really learned that this is the pitch where you need to bowl a little slower. That last delivery again was a quick one, 94.3 kilometers an hour.
My apologies, it was of course Ben Duckett on the sweep. Again, a little bit of use of the pace really from Ben Duckett. Perhaps Nawaz has been guilty of being a little bit flat and a little bit quick on this surface. Duckett's able to just get a little bit of something working in his favour with that ramp shot.
Yeah, he employed similar sort of a stroke with the pace on offer. That was a boundary. Since on this occasion the pace was slow, that's why the ball didn't go over the boundary line.
Glove this time. Good bowling. Got a little bit wider. Here at the moment, the 6s are not exactly raining down, and that might be an apt description for what has happened up in Pakistan over the last month or so. Every 6 hit here this evening, though, will generate $1,000 from Bank Al Fala. It's got that feel of one of those types of contests, gentlemen, where kind of, you know, the teams jockey a little bit for maybe 35 of the 40 overs, then the last 5 overs it might spring to life as a... Looks like it's going to be a low-scoring type of game unless something changes. Oh, he's hit that well as well. Nicely judged out there on the rope.
How good Duckett has been. On a pitch like this, he's moved to 24 from just 15 deliveries. He's backing his ability to strike the ball into the gaps, whereas this pitch is demanding softer skills. This is brilliant.
Yeah, strike rate 160 in these conditions is good going, that is for sure. Reverse, it goes square up. Oh, that's a magnificent stroke. Very good indeed from Duckett. That's a big over in the context of this game. Halfway through the first innings. Time for a drink, England 80 for 2.
So drinks are done, refreshments are taken, brows are mopped. 10 overs to go for England, who are now 80 for 2. Had a couple of problems with the Usman Khadia. One is the bounce, one is that slow turn. That previous over, the 10th over, went for 14, the most expensive of the innings so far against Mohammad Nawaz. And England know that they need to try and keep the momentum going as best they can. Easy 2 this time for Duckett. Bit of a pirouette on the boundary's edge.
Yeah, what a little cameo from him. Ben Duckett on this pitch, 30 of 17. And they're 83 for 2. And Phil Salt is kind of playing an anchor innings, 27 of 23.
Crunched that. He's crunched it and placed it. That's really clever use of the hands, because he knows exactly where those men are in the deep. That's what you try and do. And when you get it right, it's very, very pleasing.
And he's done that since the time he walked in. 2 quick wickets, but he's kept sweeping and reverse sweeping well. And not just timing, but again, like you said, placing them into the gap. There were still 2 men on the boundary. He's raised to 34 now.
And it was against the spin, it was the googly. Crunched again. Well, this is sterling batting.
Unbelievable shots from this guy, and I think that puts a lot of pressure. Doesn't matter how good you are as a bowler. And it was outside off stump, and he's playing right between mid-wicket and mid-on. Huge gap there. He's got control with his shots. That's why he got picked up for England again with his consistent performance in this format. Ben Duckett.
Two high-quality shots. Usman Kadi has done very little wrong with either of those deliveries.
I agree, he's having a chat with his skipper, maybe change of field. And this creates a doubt in bowler's mind where to have my field, because he plays both sides of the square and reverse lap as well.
Yeah, he's got one in for short mid-wicket now, probably just to cut that gap a little bit. 5 on the leg side.
Well, for once he hasn't quite middled it. It's the 50 partnership nonetheless. 50 together between Salt and Duckett from just 33 balls.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty now. 92 for 2 in 11th over with 8 wickets in hand. They're controlling the game. Momentum is towards England.
Catch it!
Sliced away this time. Just the one, bit of curve, bit of spin as it hits the deck. 93 for 2. I wonder what Babar Azam thinks is a chaseable score on his slow pitch. Figure of round about 160 was talked about at the start of the day. That remains on. Those last 2 or 3 overs have been very, very handy indeed for England through Salt and Duckett. 27 the last couple. So that's the way to make the most of the middle overs. Still a long way to go. I mean, in the context of a game like this, 9 overs to go.
Change of bowling. They're back to their main bowler, the wicket taker, Haris Rauf. 1 over, he's conceded 10 runs, and this partnership is growing. 51 or 34 for England, a very important one too. I've got a little story just now. I'll tell you after this particular delivery. Nothing happens.
Well, a little bit's happened. Not enough to deter you, Az. Go for it. Story time.
I just tweeted about 2 minutes ago that let's check your cricket knowledge. The cricket lovers all around Pakistan, all around world. What would be the good total on this pitch batting first? Liam Livingston wrote back 350. He's probably watching a different game altogether.
I don't think he's taking it entirely seriously, to be honest. Pace-off is one of Haris Rauf's specialities. He's got extra pace when he wants it, and less pace equally so when he really wants that as well, and this is clever.
It is a slow wicket, and I think we spoke about this earlier as well with Wasim about change of pace and how important it is to adjust to different lengths on sluggish wickets. I think he's adapted really well to the surface. Pakistan's go-to bowler. He'll have to be careful because fine leg's up, and Salt could be looking for the ram pass fine leg.
That's my ball. It's fast and straight. Phil Salt just takes the gloves off and starts that walk back home. And Wasim Akram was right. Haris Rauf can be a wicket taker. That's his first for the Knights.
Yeah, he has been so consistent, especially under pressure, when the team is under pressure, when the captain throws a ball to him, and every time he gives you a wicket. This variation is helping. The first one was a slow ball, 127, and then the quick back of a length. He was playing across the line, missed it completely. An important breakthrough for Pakistan team, and what a spell, what an over from Haris Rauf. Phil Salt, departs for 30 of 27 and England 95 for 3.
Right, 95 for 3. Harry Brook is the new man out there, who was in sparkling form the other night as England chased down runs. Tonight they're setting them. Very, very talented young man, adept at all forms of the game. Knows conditions here. He's made 100 in PSL. That was in the last season, earlier this year. Now the dismissal, Waz.
Yeah, this was a variation. The ball before the wicket, is so good at it. I mean, this was 127. Usually it bowls 148, 150 k's an hour. And then, of course, the quick delivery. Back of a length, within the stumps, he missed it completely. And the middle stump, see you later.
Well, it's not departed completely. It's been put back in place, yeah. Yeah, Harry Strauff will have another crack at it, no doubt.
Like you mentioned, the key was keeping the ball within the stumps. Earlier on, some of the Pakistan seamers bowled a little bit outside of stump, giving Hales the room up front. And Haris, good exponent of the variations, but foxing Salt with the faster delivery within the stumps that time round.
Harry Brook is off the mark. Will keep the strike. It's 96 for 3. Right, the onus now, of course, is on Ben Duckett to keep that pace going. He's played well, played beautifully, 39-20. That wicket advantageous to Pakistan, just to try and peg things back. The new man at the crease. We all thought spin would play an interesting part here tonight. It's the pacemen, though, who've taken the wickets. 2 wickets to Dahani in the space of 2 balls. Ralph in that last over. We've got spin again. Mohammad Nawaz has 1 over left of his 4. Clever. It's that sort of cat and mouse game we talk about so often. Brook coming down the wicket, Nawaz just leaving the delivery till the last possible second, just taking a bit of pace off.
He walked in the similar position in the previous match as well, Brook. Obviously chasing then, similar 80 odd for 3. It'll be interesting to see his approach, because England surely have a target in mind. Moeen Ali at the toss said it looks a slower track and he expects it to slow up further.
And mind you, they got 3 spinners on this pitch, and I think the only way to negate spinners on this sort of pitch is the way Ben Duckett is playing. You can't just go singles and hope for the best. Look at this, another brilliant shot. This is unbelievable cricket from this amazing talent.
He's toying with the bowlers and the field. It's almost like he's predicting the play. gets into good positions, and more importantly picks the gap. On the full this time round ramp, there was a man in, but it was even finer.
It's a calculated gamble, isn't it, as to what's going to come out of the hand. Oh, ball in. For once the calculations have gone wrong. For once the gamble has failed. An impassive looking Mohamed Nawaz, not exactly celebrating the wicket, but he'll be very, very grateful that Ben Duckett has made his first mistake of the night.
Different length, different line towards off stump, pulled his length slightly shorter and slower as well. And Duckett was done for all those reasons, and obviously not the most exuberant celebration considering Duckett has played a fine knock. 43 from just the 22. England now 101 for 4.
Moeen Ali is the latest to the crease. England's captain in these opening games. The inside edge goes down onto the pads. So Brook on 2. Moeen Ali has faced 1 ball. And this is why. It's slow, it's turning. Ben Duckett taking that gamble again, but just failing to connect for the first time pretty much. Moeen Ali off the mark.
So I believe Liam 320 is out of question right now on this pitch.
Well, it's kind of on for both innings, isn't it? If you had the two sets of 20 together, you might be close.
I'm sure Waz, coming from you was a difficult question.
That's sensible cricket. Obviously they need a partnership. Both the set batsmen back in the pavilion, and Brook is on 3. Moeen just walked out. He's on 1, and 103 for 4.
Well, as ever in this short form of the game, a new partnership might just take a little bit of time to get going. Duckett was the key there to England's momentum, so the new partnership needs to get started in a hurry. Still got Sam Curran, David Willey, Liam Dawson, all of whom handle the bat pretty well. And you're down to Luke Wood and Adil Rashid. 7 overs left. And the big question is, can England do better than Pakistan did 2 nights ago at that same crucial period? So run rate now just below 8. It stays that way. It's 158 on the board. England will hope to find some boundaries here and there, just to nudge it upwards. 160 or above looks like a decent score on this pitch. Well, hang on. I was looking out for the umpire just in case there was a caller wide here. Must have been a flick of something on the way through. Shahnawaz Dahani.
Maybe the thigh pad.
Yeah, Shahnawaz Dahani, ever the optimist, is rather hoping this is just a feather off the bat. We'll find out.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. The on-field decision is not out. I have already checked. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin Vian, please? Yes, Yes, nice and slow. Yeah, ball is close to the gloves. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please? Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, I can see there's a gap between bat and ball. Roll it up to the thigh, please. Yes, I can see the ball brushed the thigh pad. So go back to on-field umpire. SN, stay with your original decision. You're on screen, please signal.
So, good decision. Not out confirmed, just that flick of the thigh pad. Good decision all round. No wide, no wicket. Try again, Tanawaz. Well, that's probably, thought for a moment that had enough on it. As it is, it's an athletic piece of work on the boundary's edge.
They'll have a look again, but I guess that was a good piece of fielding considering they managed to keep the Englishman down to 2. It's gone through his hand, hit the boot. They're really there at the boundary. I think that's all right.
Well, it was hands, knees and bumps a daisy without the hands.
That was a lucky break, actually.
He kind of tripped, actually. His foot got stuck just as he got down there, which would have thrown him off balance slightly. But it is the knee. It's the knee that's done it. The knee what's done it.
I think he's done something to his fingers as well. And he has gone off.
Up it goes, high and long. Harry Brooks' hands quick enough to get that up and over the boundary just behind square leg.
It's a good shot, but not a great field set, because for a new batsman, if you're going to bowl this length, your square leg should be behind leg umpire, and at this occasion, he was right in front. And I think that's where I tell youngsters all over the world, especially young bowlers, have a glance at your field before you delivering the ball. Don't leave it to skipper all the time.
No run. A little bit too firm. Just to mention that every wicket in these games is worth 50,000 Pakistan rupees, thanks to KFC. And that money will go towards the flood relief efforts. And of course, every rupee very, very welcome in that cause. So Shahnawaz Dahani has been responsible for 100,000 of those rupees tonight. If you paid him for the smile as well, double your money, be well worth it.
That's a projected score. Obviously 8 and over, the current run rate will take them to 162. I think it's good enough total to defend if there's no due. And 10 and over, 174 would be ideal. That's what England must be looking at this stage of the game.
Never easy setting a score, especially considering it's a newer surface. And you sort of have to keep evolving and adapting depending on different phases of the game. But I feel 165, 170 looks quite possible here. And it should be a good score to defend.
Too far down leg side, so what would have been the last ball of the over becomes the penultimate one.
One big hit, one wide, 11 off the over, one delivery yet to go. And Dahani would be looking off to finish this over nicely here.
That one flies through safely into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. That is over, 114 for 4. So 2 of the seamers with wickets. Tahani 2 in 2 balls. Ralph, that quick ball at Phil Salt. Mohammad Nawaz 1 for 40 from his 4. Normally speaking, you'd expect him to be more economical than those 10 runs per over. It's relevant because England have put in 3 spinners in this game. So spin will play its part. On these wides are getting infectious.
Bowled well the first over, and then of course Ben Duckett had a go at him. So he's into his last over. He's conceded 23 runs. Another googly, misfield maybe, and another boundary. That was a very sweet shot from the skipper.
Well, Moeen Ali is one of the best timers of a ball in this international game. Usman Khader just losing control of both those deliveries. One too wide, this one too short, and the dive not good enough.
It's been a tough night out there for the Pakistan boys.
Especially for Iftikhar.
The
ball is following him.
Absolutely.
Better this time from Khader.
A couple of earlier deliveries were googlies, and obviously this was the leg break, and you can see there's a turn in the pitch. It's another full delivery, maybe a googly, and he played it safely. They're doing okay, 120 odd for 4 in the 15th over, 5 overs to go after this one, and then 6 wickets in hand. They can actually have a go after about over or 2.
Good use of the feet, and even though it's got Harry Brook nice and close to the ball, just a question then of timing it. I think it's going to be tricky to orchestrate this acceleration here, only because we have got low bounce, we've got a little bit of turn. Can't necessarily get underneath the ball as you'd like to with a quicker pitch. Unless you're Moeen Ali. Unless you are Moeen Ali with the sweetest of touches, the best of timing and those long levers. Don't believe a word I say, that's 6.
Just as you said it. It's pitched up, he gets under the ball, swings through the line. Oh, excellent shot. That's gone a long way back, 94 meters the distance on that 6. And the captain all set to put up that big score that we've been talking about.
Bet you can't do it again.
Every chance he will.
He'll be trying, he will be trying.
Could expect a googly here from Usman. Last ball.
Yep, there he goes. 4.
Was the googly, where it was too full. Made excellent contact once again. Back-to-back sixes to finish that over. 19 off the 15th. England 1-3-3 for 4.
So England putting on a bit of a spurt in the last 2 or 3 overs, despite losing Ben Duckett, who played quite superbly. Daredevil sweeping clinic, 43 from 22 for him. tickled away. That's going to be 4. Line was wrong, and Brook just delicately glided it over the boundary for 4.
Well, normally on this sort of pitch, when you pick up a wicket, you're hoping for a couple of cheap overs, and that's not happened. England players, England batters, they're just coming back at Pakistani bowlers. They're just keeping them under pressure, hitting those boundaries. Couple of big sixes in the previous over. They're looking for a big one here. 137 for 4, just into the 16th over.
Harry Brook has looked increasingly assured. I thought he played quite magnificently in the first T20 international. It's Tepal tea time. It's always Tepal tea time here at the National Stadium.
At least the weather is good for tea here. You know, you come to Lahore, which you will be going soon, and weather can be really steaming, very hot. You might not like tea there.
You know, I find you have to be very careful with those tags from the tea bags. You catch one wrong and you end up with a tea bag in your lap. Moeen Ali opens up the offside now. This has been a thunderous partnership. We're talking in the lead up to the halfway point in this innings that it might well be an innings where you just scrape out the score of 140, 150. England are flying here. 39 from 20. And they're making the conditions look very friendly indeed.
They've just kept on swinging. You imagine that first 6 overs, they didn't time the ball at all, but they were still going at it and swinging hard.
Oh, that's brilliant. That really is good. It's not only about hitting it hard, it's about hitting the gaps.
Yeah, it's not a small field. It's fairly big field, but when you find a middle of the bat, and if you can pick a gap, it always travels. It travels very quickly here in Karachi. And Pakistani bowlers are also traveling.
Yeah, 11 from the first 4 deliveries of this over. Hasnain is under the pump, make no mistake. Might hit that for 6. The damage feels as though it's already been done. The Osaka charged contest. Go to Osaka Battery's Facebook page, like the page and answer a simple question from Osaka charged contest and get a chance to win exciting prizes. Slower ball, oh, picked and dumped over the boundary. Wow. That is a touch of genius from Brook. 150 up, 151 for 4.
Magnificent. He's looked assured, he's looked confident, and he's looked in form. It is pace off, but doesn't matter. He just swung through the line. Don't show him now. He's dropped the catch, but what a shot that was.
A little souvenir to take home with him, a bruised wrist. 6 runs means $1,000 from Bank Al Fallah for the flood relief. Partnership of 50 has come up in just 23 deliveries. England are absolutely flying here. It's caught Pakistan a little bit unawares. Quicks haven't managed to find the formula to keeping them quiet. Interesting what you said there, that England kept swinging, and I felt that was a difference between England and Pakistan in the first game. Even though they weren't timing it particularly well, they got off to a half-decent start, but just kept going. It didn't matter that they were losing wickets. They're just going to keep trying to find the boundary. And that, well, that's as good as it gets, aside from the catching. So, $1,000 donated to flood relief from Bank Al Fallah.
Yeah, absolutely. They kept swinging and they got a bit of luck, but they created their own luck. But the most impressive part came afterwards. That is pretty impressive, though. So you would have thought that England would have stopped when the spin was on, but then they started attacking the spin, and then Pakistan had no way to go.
Well, everyone knows this pitch is slow, and the faster bowler, when they bowl into the pitch, it becomes hard. And I don't think Pakistani bowlers have learned from that. They're just bowling those slow deliveries, but they're bowling too full, allowing the batsman to get under it, see the length, and they pick up the gaps nicely. If you hit the ball into the pitch and roll those wrists or put those fingers on it and try to spin the ball, it just stops in the pitch. And that's where it's hard to bat against.
Four men back on the leg side. It doesn't matter. Put another one back, because that is out of the park again. Not sure it was perfectly timed, but it does not matter.
Now Pogo 6 again, 13 of those this series, but that's just too short. Yes, back of the length is the way to go, but pace on and too short. Brook, we've already seen a couple of hits from him over that region. You cannot bowl that short.
Yeah, he loves it here in Pakistan, right? Brooks. In the PSL, he was superb. Another, not the best of the deliveries down the leg side. They're lucky that he didn't get a little nick on it, a little tickle on it. He's a fantastic player, isn't he?
He's seriously confident. I mean, even you, grumpy old fast bowler, would have appreciated that one over extra cover.
I mean, I've seen him play here in the PSL. He keeps it very simple, isn't he? He doesn't really complicate too many things. Whenever he plans to sort of hit through the line, or he wants to go big, he just moves away a little bit, not that much. Gives himself a little bit of room, and he hits it clean. Not like that.
Bit of a soft shoe shuffle from Moeen Ali. Brings him one. And he's wonderfully confident. I mean, if you think about the batters that England had to come back into this team. So Ben Stokes has made it into the World Cup squad. He's not played a lot of T20 cricket, in fairness to him, over the last 12 months or so. Then you've got Josh Buttler, who's waiting in the wings here, the captain. Liam Livingstone, who's, what, strike rate's 150, 160.
So if you're not supremely confident, you ain't playing.
There is that. There is that. Oh, he's got him. He's knocked him over. The bowler's revenge, and it's sweet.
Why do you need to play that shot? If you're hitting it nice and straight and you're clearing the field with ease, and just try to be a little cheeky on that occasion. And Haris Rauf, nice and straight. He's definitely gutted. He didn't like it. Yeah, he wanted to go over the top, hitting the middle stump. Slow delivery, I guess. Good length, and Haris really pumped up. He's a wicket taker. A very fine inning by Harry Brook comes to an end. It's 160 for 5.
Two left-handers at the crease now for England. Moeen Ali was on strike. First ball of this Dahani over. Sam Curran's out there because of this. Maurice Ralph may well have had a hotline to Waqar Younis. Slower balls into the pitch, hit the top of the stumps, and yeah, he's pumped. Why wouldn't he be? He's been given a little bit of treatment of late by Harry Brook. Very happy to see the back of him. Curran off the mark. Often sent in to go and do a job on leg spin. Quicks he's got to go at here now. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Every wicket, AFC will donate 50,000 rupees towards the flood relief efforts.
50,000, and that slow one, he bowls it beautifully, but the length there, absolute key.
Moeen swings languidly into the leg side. It's got past the man out there on the fence for 4. Pakistan have perhaps not helped themselves at times in the series in the field. Drop catch in the first game cost them dearly. A bit of the ground fielding has been a little slow as well.
Yeah, the man on the fence is quite a way in. He's got acres of space. He's right on the fence. Maybe he's trying to cut the angle, but Khush still, as he races across, it just beat him.
I don't think it's a time to cut the angles. It's time to cut the boundaries. So sit back a little bit.
He's got a chance to redeem himself. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, he just wants a hole to open up in the ground and swallow him.
Every game now, Pakistan are being able to drop these sitters on the fence. The boundary fielders or the high catching has gone amiss. You almost expect him to just catch that and throw it back, and well, how can you drop that?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Straightforward catch, and Khush still shy. I'm sure he's not feeling good at the moment. I know how it feels when you drop a catch in the outfield, and that especially of Moeen, because he looks very dangerous. He's on 33 of 15.
Yeah, he's gone too low, but you expect him to just gobble that up. I don't know how he's dropped that, but now this has become a real issue. If you look back at the Asia Cup, Pakistan dropped so many on the boundary, and you alluded to the fact that they haven't been brilliant in the field, but the catching, the high catching, is suddenly now become a problem, whereas a couple of weeks ago or a month ago you wouldn't think that Pakistan had a problem, and suddenly now it's, oh, lack of a better word, a pandemic.
Well, he's going to find the boundary here as well. Yeah, that just rubs salt into the wound. Moeen Ali finishes the over with a 4. It's another 12 onto the total for England, 172 for 5. There are 2 overs left, and this is getting very, very tricky for Pakistan.
$172 for 5 after 18 overs. Things are getting into danger zone for Pakistan. At the toss, Babar was hoping that 160, maybe 150. If he bowled really well, 172 now. So that means Pakistan have to bowl really well in these last 2 overs. The only way they can control the damage is by picking our wickets. Keep picking wickets, plus a couple of dot balls, and get those cheap overs in. Get to maybe 185 if you bowl really well. So I'm being nice to Pakistan.
Oh, Curran. Anything Duckett can do, Sam Curran can do as well.
And with that power hitting, they've been absolutely brilliant with being able to play this ramp shot. This is Sam Curran now. It's been brilliant. And also when the spinners came on, they used this shot again. So maybe Pakistan have to look at their approach when they come to bat, because England have used the sweep shot, the ram shot, the reverse sweep shot a lot.
Well, worth reminding people at home, if they're just joining us, that there were two changes made. England decided to leave out a quick bowler and play a spinner, so they've got 3 spin bowlers in their attack in this defence. Pakistan's one change was that of Naseem Shah for Mohammad Hasnain, so they kept the line-up exactly the same. And it was England's spinners that caused Pakistan so many problems in the first game, wasn't it?
And I think it was smart thinking, winning the toss and batting first. Normally you don't see that in modern days. Every time the ball's been ball into pitch, ball a cutter, it has created some sort of issues.
Now, somebody always gets put through the grinder in T20 games. It's normally bowlers, but today it's, well, we're not entirely sure who that is, but his quads and hamstrings are getting a workout. The Dorlance Power Wash Challenge. Row to the certain speed to see the laundry being washed in real time. It's the #1 appliance, or home appliance brand of Pakistan, you know.
I feel with your enthusiasm, you're taking one back, aren't you, for yourself?
Hey, white goods, very, very important. Mrs. B will be very happy if I come up with one of those, I can tell you.
And you're using it. You're going to power it up all the time.
Of course. I'm always handy around the house. Ramiz Raja fans out there in the crowd. Not seen Rambo since I've been here. Is he okay? Oh, there he is. Good from Harris Ralph. You just feel as though, I mean, the crowd, to me, sounds as though they're a little stunned by what's happened. I don't think they or we expected this onslaught towards the back end of this innings.
Yeah, remember, first 10 overs, they were 80, so they went at 18 over, and from there on end, they've been able to go in excess of 11.5, so, and still got an over to go, and imagine if that goes for 15, 20.
Time that okay, but it should be cut off. Another fumble, another misfield. They come back for 2. Moeen Ali will keep the strike. There are 6 deliveries left, 180 for 5. Mohammad Hasnain with the last over. Slammed down the ground. Oh, he didn't get it, Moeen Ali, but it's fading away a little bit from the man running round from long on, and they'll pick up a couple. Plenty of grins on the faces of England players. I'm going to keep that smile in good shape by using Sensodyne, because life is too short for sensitive teeth.
Sensitive teeth? Is it having ice creams there?
probably not a good idea.
No. Careful.
Excellent running, really good. Pakistan, the body language His body language on the fielders. Fielders sort of heads down and shoulders slumped. And the news just keeps getting worse because Hasnain has overstepped. So we've got another delivery and we've got a free hit. England still have 5 balls left in the innings. They might be having dreams of making 200. Two men back there. Moeen is disgusted with himself that he didn't hit the gap.
Yeah, but what a difference a day makes. A couple of nights ago, Moeen Ali couldn't time the ball at all. He's come out tonight, and he's hit everything in the middle.
I love the approach from the England batters from the word go. From the very first delivery, they were just attacking the ball. Oh, very lucky, just very close to that off stump, or should I say the bails.
I can't tell you just how brave's not the right word, but how impressive the approach has been from England today, and indeed on Tuesday. They had a really miserable summer of it in white ball game. The Test team went from 0 to hero. And the white ball team, the swap of captains, Josh Buttler taking over from Eoin Morgan, they had a rotten old time of it, losing to India, losing to South Africa. Getting bowled out on more than one occasion. But there certainly has been no backward step taken from England and their approach in this game. And of course, as I've mentioned before, they don't have necessarily their first choice lineup out there. But under the captaincy of Moeen Ali, they've kept on with the building blocks that Eoin Morgan put in place all that time ago, which is basically, if in doubt, attack. Oh, boom. That is out of here. Up into the night sky from Moeen Ali. And nobody does it better or makes it look more graceful.
Such a clean striker of the ball. It was full, it was there. Watch that bat coming through and watch the follow through. That's your 4-iron, Butch. Long way, that's gone miles. 101 meters.
Oh, he's got another one. He's got another one. It's gone all the way. England go to 199. Moeen Ali goes to 50, 55 from 23. It's the second fastest by an England batter against Pakistan. The stand-in captain has led the way. The rest of his batting lineup has been on top form as well in challenging batting conditions, or at least we thought so. And this has been quite a display from England from the 10th, 11th over onwards.
And what a flat 6 to end it all. It's gone skimmed away over the fence, and this has been mightily impressive by England. 119 of the final 10, 66 of the final 5. And we thought it'd be a struggle, but never a struggle. It was a race towards those 20 overs at the back end. It was raining boundaries. It was an onslaught. Pakistan slightly shell-shocked.
Yeah, heads are down. They're not very happy out there. The bowler's been gone all over the park. The fielding's been all over. Struggled in the field, dropped catches, fumbles. Everything went wrong for Pakistan so far in this game. England, outstanding, simply outstanding. Hills, 21 deliveries, he's got 26. It was a little struggle for him early on with the new ball. Salt batted quite nicely, but Ben Duckett is the man. Batted so superbly, and then, of course, icing on the cake was Moeen Ali.
Partnerships 42 of 31, then 53 of 37, 59 of 29. And 39 of 19. And that has meant that Pakistan were put to the sword. Hasnain 51 off his 4. Haris Rauf probably the pick 2 for 30 off his forward. Pakistan will have to chase down 200 in order to make the series 1-1. But let's go down to Zainab, who has one of the stars.
Thanks a lot, Baz. I've got Ben Deckert here with me. Ben, really well played. It seems like the intent is to attack from word go.
Yeah, I think it's really about matchups, and yeah, the left arm spin and the leg spinner was mine, and it was, you know, I had to try and get us into a good position, and I think we were probably thinking about 160, 170 was par, so Mo's innings there at the end got us into a good position.
You yourself took on the spinners really well. I mean, is that something that's been consciously part of your game overall?
Yeah, it's a strength of mine back home. You know, a lot of the time you can hit fielders, and thankfully today a lot of the sweeps went in the gaps, but it's certainly my role in this team.
How are the conditions any different to the one that you played in the first T20?
Yeah, I didn't face much against the seam, but it seems like it's keeping a little bit low. You know, and the slow balls are gripping in, so I think in general the lads in the power play said it was quite tough, so yeah, I think we've got a good score.
Well, you were aiming for 160, 170, but now the target is 200, so you're confident about it, right?
Well, we're definitely happy with where we're at, but obviously small boundaries here in a quick outfield, so we know we're going to have to bowl well, and I think the main thing here is taking wickets throughout the innings.
Well, you've played in the PSL as well. I mean, is that something that's really helped your game, knowing the conditions already?
Yeah, I only played in a couple of games, but obviously being here and seeing other lads do well, I know how short the boundaries are, and I know that if you do hit it in the gap here, it's generally 4. So yeah, it's obviously handy that I've been here before.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, and go well.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, England won the toss, batted first, came out with bat, and they attacked straight away. That one over mid-off, just over. And then they just kept on swinging. They didn't get their timing right, but the edges flowed away. The inside edges, the outside edges, they're getting boundaries with not particularly graceful shots, but they kept at it. And that meant that Pakistan had nowhere to hide. Dhani, he picked up a couple of wickets, a slow one into the stumps, and Pakistan, at that moment when he got a couple of wickets, thought that they're right back in the game. But the approach for England never really changed. Duckett came in, very good square of the wicket, and then the sweep show. The reverse sweep, the paddle sweep, everything came out.
Yeah, he played most of his strokes square of the wicket, and played spinner especially. They played superbly well, because some of the deliveries were not that bad. He's just made sure that he put the bowlers under pressure, and Haris Rauf came in, change of end for him, and he picking up Salt's wicket, and Duckett kept on playing the way he played. This was a beautiful delivery, a little slower, a little straighter, and picked up a wicket. Brooks was once again outstanding today. What about Moeen? Moeen was brilliant. Big hits, some really, really big hits we've seen today. Swing of a bat, and you know, on long way. Pacers couldn't really find the right length, right line. Bowling all over the place, down the leg side. Beautifully picked on that occasion from Brooks. It was a slow delivery. Nicely hooked away for 6. There were few sixes hit today. Yes, wickets were falling left, right and centre, but there were a lot of big hits, a lot of boundaries, and that's how they managed to get 199.
Yeah, poor in the outfield. Pakistan have made a habit of just dropping catches, but Moeen Ali, well, he was completely in sync with the pace off the pitch, the ramp shot and the sweep shot, and in the end it ended with such glorious 6s, and that has meant that Pakistan have that massive target of chasing down 200, and after a break we'll come back, we'll have the run chase.
So it's on to the next phase of this match, the second of these 7 T20Is between Pakistan and England. The Bank Al Falah presents Dafa News series. The target for Pakistan is exactly 200. And the blitz today came from Moeen Ali. Stunning innings from England's captain. The question is, can Pakistan's captain match him in any shape, sense or form? Pakistan will need another good start, but they'll need much more tonight from the middle order than they got in the first match. This is a big challenge on a pitch which is acknowledged as being slow. So you've got Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. They were in good form, starting and batting first in game number 1. They looked to be in good form. The strike rate was good. The shots were coming beautifully fluently. Babar Azam, very, very consistent. The big argument always about Babar is the strike rate. If he stays there long enough, the strike rate goes up. If he plays himself in at all, he's just obliged to try and accelerate to keep his team up with whatever required rate there might be. Tonight, it's exactly 10s. So David Willey will open the bowling as he did in game number 1. England have made one change to their side today. They've taken one of the pacemen out, Richard Gleeson. Has a little bit of a back niggle. They've got an extra spinner in Liam Dawson. It'll be an interesting contest. So the sound of the trumpets in the background. We are ready to play. 200 is the target. The target will be reduced by 2. Throw is off target. These two will be busy between the stumps. They ran beautifully the other night. They will be energetic and busy.
They're chasing a big total. Both these openers, they're required to do the seminal work. And they need to hightail into the innings. Nicely worked away on the offside. Punching the ball off the back foot, using the pace. And the first boundary has been scored through Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, England's produced 17 fours and 9 sixes. One of those down to Moeen Ali. This is just gorgeous timing from Mohammad Rizwan. Nothing much more than a flick of the wrists.
They're both good timers off the ball and they run well between the wickets. But in a big total that you're chasing, 200, power play suddenly becomes that much more crucial. Anyways, in the shortest format, it is probably the most crucial part. But now they have absolutely no respite to fall back. And they will have to continue, not just through the power play, but all the way through the innings if they chase this down.
Just a little bit of swing, but it's swung nicely onto the middle of the bat. There's that timing again. There's yet another boundary in this opening over. A sort of look of resignation from David Willey.
A few of those will definitely soothe frayed nerves of the Pakistani middle order, which must be feeling fragile at the moment. That was nicely done. Using the angle, making sure that he hits the ball into the gap.
Well, that one isn't timed, just a fraction late on it, which will be of some relief to David Willey, if no one else.
A good start so far. 11 off the first 5. The crowd's getting right behind Pakistan. Also the new ball. Have to make use of it while it's hard. Comes onto the bat nicely. Pitch obviously not as quick. Expect England spinners to be slightly difficult.
It's a lovely little flick. It's only worth one. But it's a good brisk start from Pakistan in this first over. 12 without loss. Well, I'm going to be fascinated by the contest between Pakistan's batsmen. You know, whoever it is out there when the spin comes into play. I mean, I take full responsibility for getting England going, because the moment I said that hitting the ball for six might be slightly tricky was when Moeen Ali just hit the ball for six time after time after time. Poor old Usman Khader was the man deposited over the ropes. It isn't quite the pitch that encourages that sort of thing, but if you have the skill, it's still going to go the distance.
That's the beauty of the format. It's so unpredictable. It's brutal.
Well, first the spin comes into play in the same way as Pakistan used Mohammad Nawaz. England are using Liam Dawson, who's playing his first match of this series.
Hey, Dorsey, that's a good
Another one
start.
who's experienced Pakistan conditions in PSL. And an experienced campaigner both in the UK, overseas.
They're quite similar to Nawaz. Both of them like to dart the ball into the stumps. Not the huge turner of the ball.
Yeah, but both use that sort of experience and guile to try and outfox and outguess batsmen at the other end. And their control is good. I mean, that's obviously the thing with these spinners. Control has to be good, but those little changes, little subtle changes of pace, tiny changes of line.
Get up.
His economy in power plays is 6.84. That's good, isn't it?
Very good. Very good. Now, just to emphasize the task ahead of Pakistan, only twice in their history of T20Is have they chased 200 more or more successfully. Highest was here, though, 208 against West Indies in 2021. Just because you've done it once, though, doesn't mean you can necessarily do it again. But at least you know you can do it.
Come on, stay positive. Pakistani
I'm the
lineup
guy.
has some good batsmen.
Get on that. Brookie. Yeah, Brookie.
Well fielded.
Hey.
Yeah, and the best two, I would say, are in at the crease at the moment, because they have the talent, they have all the ability you want for each and every form of the game, including this T20I. And even though there are people down the order who I've seen in this country make very good runs in PSL, it's just that little bit of lacking of confidence at the moment, which means that that middle order would love to see these two break the back of the task first, and then would love to finish it off if they possibly can. But next to bat, Haider Ali, who I think is talented but unproductive, if I can put it that way.
Hey, Dorsey, top draw, man.
Needs the confidence of a big score somewhere just to get himself going. Shan Masood, who we know plays beautifully right at the top of the order, but is in at number 4. Not his natural role, I would say, at number 4.
It might be the case of having Shan Masood at number 3. Left and right hand combination always disturbs the bowler, especially in this format.
I think it would work tactically, and it would work for Shan Masood himself.
Hey, get that. Brilliant, Dawes.
16 without loss, then after 2. 2 overs in, 16 without loss. The bowling change straight away, but same method. Left arm over the wicket, Sam Curran. Slides it wide, gets away with it, I would suggest. There is that man out there. So yes, best to have maybe the error slightly wide of off stump, as long as the batsman hits it to that man in the deep. But by and large, we've seen over these first couple of games that you want to keep the lines as straight as you can initially. One of the caveats against Rizwan and Barber is they're both very good through the onside, so it's just that fine margin roundabout off stump, maybe a fraction outside it. Moeen Ali, the fielder, he was the man blasting those sixes in the latter overs of England's innings, every one of them worth $1,000 from Bank Al Falah. There were 9 sixes in the England innings.
Another thing that we notice that's been introduced in this series, look at the bottom right of your screen. It was just that the release speed as compared to the speed that the batsman actually gets the ball comes to the batsman. Slowish track takes the pace off quite significantly in this part of the world. That also adds to the trouble. So 145 might not come down as quick in this part of the world.
Yeah, he's got enough of that. The dive, not quite enough. There was a hand on it, took just a little bit of pace off. But there was more than enough pace on it to let this go for 4, and just enough direction as well.
Now that is the name of the game for the bowlers in this format. You've got to be non-predictable to the batters. And to be able to do that, they have to variate. And if it doesn't land, you'll be punished.
Yeah, just again at the bottom right of your screen, release 136 Ks, where it comes on much slower, and that has to do predominantly with the surface, which changes in different parts of the world. So the release will stay constant throughout the world, but on quicker tracks, for say Perth, Wellington, we've got a graphic here with how it plays out in oval 135, and in Karachi predominantly much slower.
Smashed straight down the ground. That slower delivery was picked from the hand, and that's emphatic. 25 without loss.
Yeah, talking about employment of those slow deliveries, but you've got to land them in the right areas. Second time in this over, he's been punished with those slow deliveries. But a good start for the Pakistan team.
It just looked, as I said, it looked as though he picked it from the hand. When you do see the action, as a batsman, you do see the action, you do see the fingers. That's your first clue. As long as you're watching the hand properly, you get your first clue instantly. Well, the chase is on. Rizwan and Babar. 25 from the first 3. .33 the run rate so far. It needs to be at 10s overall. Luke Wood now, who was excellent the other night in game number 1.
Yeah, he does hurry the batsman, doesn't he? Quick arm action. And can be lethal on a pitch like this, where the ball is keeping low. He picked up 3 wickets so far in his career.
No thanks. And that was just, I think, a pure result of seeing batsmen move, trying to adjust, overcorrecting, trying to follow the man.
He picked up 3 wickets on debut. They were important wickets as well. A dream start to his T20I career. He'd be happy with that performance and he'll hope he can repeat the same feat here.
Great shot, absolutely lovely shot. Best time to bat on pitches like this is when the ball is new and hard and skids nicely onto the bat.
He moved away from that leg stump. We talk about contempt, talk about disdain. You could feel it in that stroke.
Yep, that was a Babar special. Getting on top of the bounce. It's good to see him getting back into his groove.
Well, playing a miss this time. Interesting times for Babar Azam. He was, we can say, out of form. He was certainly out of runs in the Asia Cup. Looked in decent touch in game number 1 in this series. Shots like the one he's played 2 balls ago would suggest he feels he's in good form right now. 15 from 12.
Obviously didn't have the best of runs during the Asia Cup, and I like this intent here. He's trying to do something different. I've seen a couple of times in this short span here where he's moved left or gone leg side off the wicket. Here's a look at that famous run chase where Pakistan chased over 200 at the same venue. Rizwan and Babar were the 2 men who got them through, or at least set up the platform to do so, winning comfortably by 7. Different situation here, but they are surely in line to do so comfortably too. Well, just the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, the way they play, and they're complementary to each other. They're both exciting to watch, but the figures tell us that in power plays their strike rate is around about 115. After that it goes up to 150. But the key and the obvious implication to me of that is that once they get in and settle, they're capable on good pitches of making that acceleration. But if you start slowly and you don't go on, it just puts the pressure on others coming after you. Fielding. A slide onto the knees, a quick release. 32 without loss.
Nice, Woody!
The thing about a series like this as well, 7 matches to be played, is that the various matchups will keep coming around, so the various contests within a contest. Babar Azam and Rizwan opening the innings time after time against possibly different bowling. England will no doubt change their lineup to various stages of this series, but in a series like this those matchups will recur. David Willey has come back in again. This is one of the tactics that when you've got a partnership going well, starting well, one of the tactics is always try and keep changing the bowling. Change the name. It's not always changing the style, of course. England with 3 of these left-arm seamers in the same 11.
David, coming back to your point where you mentioned that Babar and Rizwan accelerate post the power play, and just feel 115 in the power play, most favorable position to bat. You've got the power play restrictions. Feel like a few opportunities there can multiply that score. He's picked that up. He's picked that up to perfection and lands over the boundary. Massive 6 from Rizwan, his first of his innings.
Yeah, when you bowl that line and length, Mohammad Rizwan has got that inveterate tendency to whip the ball over square leg. And here's the evidence. He's quite efficient.
This is one of his absolute key areas. And he uses that slight back of a length delivery. He uses the bounce you get from that. And anything around leg stump like that, he will just help it a long, long way. I've seen him do that. You've seen him do that many, many times. Well, Willie trying to change the pace, trying to get it in that block hole, and it does at least keep it down to 1 this time. Well, the advice is there for you. Life is too short for sensitive teeth. So once you've had your ice cream, go for the Sensodyne.
Aren't you tempted?
By what exactly, Amir?
Not responding to that. But Babar Azam is responding to his critics quite nicely out there in the middle.
Yeah, he's out there with a purpose. He's out there with a different intent. He looks really good, using the crease as well, creating gaps and slashing at this one really hard. 12 off the over, still 2 deliveries to go. And Pakistan have taken the challenge on here.
Well, they've taken the challenge on, which is good to watch, good to see. In a sense, they have no option. You're chasing a target of 200. You've got to start quick.
Also begs the question of where does then Shan fit in? He came in at 4 when there were just a few overs left in the first game, and Babar and Rizwan do bulk of the scoring, have been a successful pair up on top.
.46, no wickets down, 5 overs gone.
Well, Pakistan marginally in front. Overs 1 to 5. Another good start from Rizwan and Babar. Dawson's first over was a good one, just yielding 4 overs, the second over of the innings. He creates a bit of drift through the air and takes the pace off it. He's a very canny operator.
Come on, Dorsey! Here we go, boys! Catch the top edge, Russia! Catch the sweep, boys! Catch it!
It's gone straight up in the air. Man backtracks and puts it down. Alex Hales, it looked as though he'd got it. He watched it down into his hands and then got his feet into a tangle at the end. Tough chance, but should have taken it once he'd got there.
Yeah, he was never comfortable underneath it. He was just moving back. He could have easily turned around because the ball was in the air for a long period. And couldn't judge it properly, and then hard hands, spilling it.
Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen? Drop catch to the bowler, next ball goes for a boundary. On this occasion, 6, and it's 50 up for Pakistan.
31 of 15 from Rizwan. Got dropped, got ball before, and second ball went for the maximum.
Well, this is the approach what Pakistan should be taking all the time. Doesn't matter what sort of total you're chasing. Just go hard. And that's what they're doing right now. Normally when somebody drops you, it takes a little bit of time to sort of think and sink the whole atmosphere. But for Rizwan, he just came out of his crease straight away and hitting that massive hit. Positive intent.
It's been a night for drop catches. That one could be very costly to England.
Yeah, he's the man in form, and this is the man in nick. Another good shot. Another boundary. It's happening here for Pakistan.
Just listen to that roar. Dawson now the man under pressure.
Yeah, lovely the way he sort of stayed low. He knew the ball's not going to really come up. Stayed nice and low and picked the gap beautifully. These two are looking really good. 6 gone, 59 without loss.
Power play has been a good one, a really good one for Pakistan, where England struggled to find their timing at all in the first 6. That has not been the case for Rizwan and Baba. England's seam bowling attack, the 3 left-armers taking a bit of stick. There was a life given. How important will this be? Bad drop by Hales. The very next ball it went out of the park.
And now the power play is finished, and now the real test starts for Pakistan. Third highest start between these two, 64, 60, and now 59 for 9 in 6 overs. This is ideal start, especially if you're chasing. Oh, full delivery. The batsman missed it, so did the keeper.
This is where the game begins, isn't it? Adil Rashid on Tuesday evening was unplayable at times. He very nearly opened his account with a wicket first ball. Should have been stumped.
I think he got a little tickle on it before the ball got to the wicket keeper.
Oh, you get it.
Yeah, this might be the difference, Rashid, because so much experience, so many varieties. The change of pace, this was a quicker one. Rizwan had no clue and got to really keep attacking him also, because the run rate is above 10. Oh, what a delivery, beautiful delivery, nice and slow and spun.
I wonder here. I think Rizwan thought that was coming back in. He even signalled that he thought it was a googly. Just turned away from him. Brilliant deception from Adil Rashid, or at least Rizwan is deceiving himself.
Coming back to Rashid, what a bowler he has been for England in white ball. Big 50 over or 20 over cricket.
Down the leg side, it's a poor delivery, or poorly directed anyway. And Rizwan gratefully sweeps that away to the fence.
Yeah, good to see crowd back on their feet. They're sensing there's something special is going to happen. We saw Duckett playing these sort of shots with so much control, and now it's Rizwan.
And that finds a gap as well. Lots of work to do out there, and I don't think Luke Wood's going to make it. Wow, what a comeback. What a riposte from Rizwan.
40 of 21. And 2 in 2, second boundary. First finer, and this one little squarer. That's his shot against the spin. And he plays it with the full authority and control.
Man's moved finer now, so that'll be just the single. It turns out to be a profitable one for Pakistan. 9 from it, 68 without loss.
Comparison run rate is going well.
You're right, you two. 2 W's are having a bit of a moment up here on comms. I think what Wazim was trying to say was that Pakistan are edging ahead. You swallow a wasp. We could probably do with a little bit of T20I up here just to lube up the larynx of Wazim Akram.
Somebody please get Wasim by a tea, please.
A kupa, a Tapal kupa would be nice.
It's going good for Pakistan. They've got to carry on playing the way they are playing. Keep that paddle down.
Oh yeah, they've got themselves ahead of the game, haven't they? And that's what you need when you're chasing totals of 200. You might get 2 here, yeah, really good. So a big old boundary out there towards mid-wicket fence, the Wazim Bari enclosure. And the miss-hit meant that they were able to get back for 2.
Brilliant running between these two. Things are going well. First one was quick. The call was spot on and easy. In the end, 671 for none now. Pakistan chasing 200.
When you're chasing such total, you cannot really relax at any stage. Yes, Pakistan have done well, and the crowd here in Karachi has done even better.
Hey, they've raided your wardrobe there, Wazim boy. That looked like a collection of your sunglasses.
He actually did. But look at the passion and enthusiasm. That's how much they love their team. That's how much they support their team.
Yeah, this was missing, wasn't it?
Get out there, Josh.
Karachi National Stadium is buzzing at the moment. So many colors, different ages. You know, they all love their cricket. They've been starved for cricket for a long period. They're back on their feet and they're seeing their team, their heroes doing well. Girls are out there. This was, we're seeing this after a long time. Love the way he runs between the wicket, Mohammad Rizwan. 74 without loss after 8.
That's a great shot. I didn't think he'd be able to generate that amount of power to beat the man out there on the fence at cover, but he did.
What a shot from one of the modern greats, Babar Azam. He was little wide, little short, and played it to perfection between cover and extra cover fielder. This is Babar Azam for you.
Seeing the old Babar Azam tonight, he's back in his groove, he's feeling good about himself, he's cutting the ball nicely. We saw him driving early on. When he's driving well, that means he's feeling good about himself.
Poor toss. The sweep was premeditated, so he wasn't able to take advantage of that low full toss. Both Babar and Rizwan have been keen to use their feet. They've got out the crease. They haven't been caught on the crease often.
So this graphic can tell you Rizwan obviously uses his feet a lot more than Babar against the spin, and Babar stays in the crease and plays his shots. Two different players.
How good was Rashid in the previous match, especially to Babar, bowled that beautiful googly, didn't he? Just on the money. Needed a little bit of spin, came back nicely, hit the middle timber. I think he's looking to do the same here. Run out opportunity. Haven't seen anyone hitting the stumps tonight so far. 9 gone, 83, no loss yet, Pakistan. Yeah, that's the wicket. That's the previous game. Watch that, where it landed and it just spun. Babar had no clue. He was playing for a leg spinner.
Now then, perfect start when you're chasing 200, 10 wickets in hand. Required rate is just over 10.5. Both the set batsmen on the crease.
Get him, Mo. Yeah, Mo,
Wilson
top
back into the
draw,
crease
boy.
again. England having to ring the changes here. Excellent explosive start from Babar and Rizwan. They haven't allowed the spinners to settle.
Ay, yeah, Doss.
I don't know what you two think, but I feel that this pitch has become a little bit better to bat on. Is it? I don't know if there's a little bit of dew there, or is the ball's definitely gone a little bit slippery, sliding on nicely.
Yeah, I agree. It started off slow and low, and of course bit of turn we saw the first 10 overs when Pakistan bowled, and then we've seen in the end in last 4 overs of Pakistan bowling, Moeen Ali had a go, and it looked very comfortable, easy against pace and spin. There was hardly any turn, and same thing happening here. Maybe a little bit of dew, cooler weather, but both are looking really good, in control so far.
It certainly seemed towards the second half of England's innings that the ball came on a bit better, and you can tell that just by the sound the ball's making off the bat. Hitting the middle more often than not. It's like that lovely crack sound as it flies out backward a point. In the first 6 or 7 overs, didn't hear that at all. It was just all sort of nasty.
You remember the first 5 overs at least, Alex Sales and Phil Salt, they couldn't middle any ball. Everybody was hitting either top of the bat or the bottom.
So, but now it looks a very good batting deck, and they both have batted beautifully so far, Babar and Rizwan.
Well, a bit of a hack, but got away with it. Bit of pace off from Dawson. Halfway point, it's 87 without loss. Pakistan are well placed, and it's time for everybody to take a drink.
So the halfway mark in this chase tonight here at the Karachi National Stadium. It's a good start from Pakistan, 87 without loss. Rizwan and Babar very, very energetic in this opening partnership. But a warning is this, they were 87 for 1 at the same stage in game number 1. And fell well short of the 200 they need tonight. One thing they do so well is run hard between the wickets. That's 50 for Mohammad Rizwan, 50 from just 30 deliveries.
Talk about consistency. That's what you get from Mohammad Rizwan. Once again, batted beautifully under pressure. Third consecutive half century for Mohammad Rizwan. Is becoming a run machine for Pakistan. Now when you look at the chase down a big total, it's all about keeping abreast of the required run rate. And that's these two batsmen have ensured. Finding boundaries, a regular interval, reverting the pressure on the bowling lineup.
Saqlain Mushtaq was out there during the drinks break. Do you think he could have looked happier?
I think he must have been urging both these batsmen to eke out more. Oh, what a hit! What a hit from Babar Azam.
Class written all over that. 4 goals, series 6. If that's the 18th, then we've seen some classy ones, but none better than this. Just easily hits it down the ground, back where it came from. Timing, beautiful, balance, as always. Brilliant, Babar.
Yeah, whenever he's been fed with those slow deliveries, they disappeared. It tells you how early he's spotting the ball.
Yep, spotting it is one thing. No, he does play those well. I mean, that's a couple of times tonight we've seen him pick the slower ball right from the hand. And it was the sweetest of shots. Yep, life is still short. Look after your teeth at all costs.
Now these two batsmen are keeping everybody busy. If there isn't a boundary ball, just working the ball into the gap and running hard. It's been a brilliant partnership between these two, complementing each other.
And able to pick those pockets on the leg side, especially being able to pick those pockets and come back for 2 every other time. Almost getting to 100, and looks as if run chase is easy. Goes leg side, just be the single. So after 11, it's 99 without loss.
Well, for all the energy, all the skill, all the big hitting, all the sweet timing. Run rate is 9, his required run rate is just over 11, it's 11.22. They have to keep going, it's as simple as that. They're in touch, they're definitely in touch. If they have a couple of bad overs, poor overs, just puts the pressure on, but it's very evenly poised at the moment. Without loss. Final over for Liam Dawson. Just floats it up outside off stump.
Yeah, with Dawson flighting that delivery, it tells you easily they are looking for a wicket desperately here. 100 partnership. A very timely one when you're looking to chase down 200 runs. These two openers come to the fray.
Yeah, halfway there. Still another 100 required, but when Pakistan chase, the target almost dictates how you have to play. So they cannot step off the gas, but because of the fact that they know that they've got to get 100 more, and that's in mind, they will carry on. Problem when they bat first is setting a target, they sort of step off the gas.
Yeah, a couple of good overs. When I say good overs, of 15 at least. That will bring down the required run rate to 9. And from there on, it should be easy for Pakistan to get over the line. But for that, they really have to play well.
Just the 3 singles from the over so far. 2 balls left.
Go ball.
Even spinners can get the Yorker in. Fourth successive single, just needs to finish off now, does Liam Dawson. At the moment he's one ball short of his full allocation. Economy rate just 6.5, give or take. Which is a good night for him here under these circumstances. Let's see if Barber can spoil those figures a bit. One ball left. That's well bowled. But it's also 50 for Babar Azam. A little bit slower than Rizwan, nonetheless. 50 from 39. They're going well, 104 without loss.
Captain, after a lean patch, has come back into form, and he doesn't make ugly runs, and yet again the case of him being so regal at the crease. First time really had such a lean patch in T20Is. He went 7 innings without scoring a 50.
Well, the chase continues apace. First ball from Moeen goes way over the ropes. A little bit too short. That's all that Babar Azam needed.
Yeah, it was a decent over, the previous one from the left armer Dawson, where he only conceded 5 runs. And you had that feeling something is going to give. And guess what?
Well, in terms of giving, this was a gift. An unintended gift from Moeen Ali. Stuck in the fingers a little bit.
Hey, get him out!
Nice and full for the second ball. That's the trouble, isn't it? You cannot afford a loosener as a bowler, whether you're a spinner or a seamer. And these two are so well set. Just that error of that first ball was always going to travel. Leg stump and gets away with it. Oh, the running is spectacular.
It's small, almost as if there's always a run, so they run for almost everything. It's the odd time will they actually say no. That went straight to the fielder, but Babar was off. Spectacular. Absolutely brilliant. Slightly outside the off stump, and that has been thumped.
Who is it who told me at the start of the day this is going to be a tough pitch to hit the spinners on? Because I believed them. I'm now changing that belief completely.
The pitch is still the same. It's good batting by these two. See, the last 6, he moved outside the off stump, forced the off spinner to go wider of the off stump. But from there on, it was easy for Babar Azam to free his arms. It's been a good over for Pakistan.
Well, it's your fault, to be honest. You were saying that, you know, the odd over of 15 would come in handy for Pakistan, and you're 1 ball ahead of schedule on this Moeen Ali over. It's 15 from the first 5 balls of it. This is huge. That is the over that gets Pakistan well in front of this chase. 21 off the over, 125 without loss.
It's all about, Scott, the information is all about making the right strategy. And both these batsmen felt Moeen Ali is an easier option. Went after him and scored 21. And that has tipped the scales. in the favor of Pakistani team in this run chase.
Might seem a little obvious, but that was the most expensive over of the match by a couple. And it's given Pakistan the absolute impetus they needed to make the most of this chase. Yeah, welcome Team England. Indeed, Team England have been made to feel incredibly welcome here over the last few days, which you would always expect in this part of the world. This is just huge. Just keeps travelling.
3,000 in the kitty for the flood relief.
Well, that's the one thing about all these sixes we've seen in these first couple of games. Yes, they are worth money to that flood relief fund. A very, very needed and worthy cause. And in needy causes, one of the other needy causes, Pakistan need to win a game. And they're on track.
A couple of singles, it's time to squeeze in that Tapal T moment, because last over there was no time. 21 off that. Quickly gulp it down. This ball might be coming your way.
And that is nicely placed, Harry Brooke. Nicely placed for that. The intent was to get it wider of him, didn't quite work. Jerseys are available, the 2022 strip at shop.pcb.com.pk. Sales definitely go up if this game is won by Pakistan.
Yeah, talking about thunder, the last over was thunderous as far as the Pakistani run chase is concerned. 3 sixes were hit in that over.
And Moeen Ali held himself back, hoping that he'd have a left-hander to bowl to, but the matchups this time clearly went in the way it was expected. Two right-handers, the off-spinner disappeared.
And the information we were slipped earlier about strike rates, I think, is coming into play. These two, whatever they do in power plays, you can have that argument anytime you like. Once they're set, and once they're striking the ball hard and well, that strike rate goes up. It's needed, obviously. It's all part of the requirement on the night. That's when they really come into their own. So the real import is they need to keep going. These are the two key men. That's 4. Just a fraction offline from Sam Curran, no more than that. But quick hands, quick wrists. Off it goes for 4. 135.
Whenever the bowlers have erred in their line and length, we have seen this so often. Ball racing towards the boundary line. Now, when you talk about these two batsmen, yes, they've been under criticism with their strike rate, but they're showing they can adapt. One thing they have done so well for Pakistan here, made sure they do not lose wicket.
Adil Rashid. Doesn't seem to make an awful lot of difference whether it's Moeen Ali or Adil Rashid. Their different styles being treated with the same contempt.
Bogo Series 6, 22. Just waited for it and slammed this over mid-wicket. England were very good against Pakistani spinners. Well, Pakistan have taken it too hard and they're returning the favour and some.
Yeah, very, very sweetly struck.
It's brilliant, isn't it? The move towards the off stump, forced the ball at the off stump, cleared his leg, hit the ball sweetly over the boundary line. And the pressure is ramping up on these two, on the spinners especially.
Makes you wonder how on earth he missed that. He's seeing it so well. Even that, it's only just a fraction short. And again, you've got to really praise the running, because these two are quick between the wickets. They're not flagging. No thought of just settling for the odd one. They put pressure on the fielders all the time. That was 1.5 made into 2. Here we go again. Here we go again. Not quite so far this time, but certainly far enough.
Yeah, Babar Azam telling his partner, if you can do that, I can do it better. Second 6 of the over, 150 on the board.
Yeah, 8th of the innings. England got 9, Pakistan already with 8. It's been magnificent hitting. Leg side, offside, no answer. And still, the openers go. This time, single into the offside. So 15 done, it's 151 without loss.
Pakistan are flying. In no uncertain terms, they are rushed along by the adrenaline provided by this huge crowd here in the National Stadium. Perhaps pushed along by some of the criticism that has come their way for sluggish batting outside of the power play. Sluggish batting against spin. There's been none of that this evening. The crowd have been treated to an absolute masterclass here. But there's still a little way to go, and England will feel if they can get one out, perhaps there's a twist in this tale.
Perhaps, but maybe not. Required run rate 9.8. Both batsmen are set. One is on 71 of 40. Babar is all 79 of 50, and 10 wickets in hand. Looks like a one-horse race, but anything can happen in this beautiful game of cricket. They need a wicket, England, here, and otherwise Pakistan will cruise down this total.
Well, England turn to their player of the match. in the first game of 7, Luke Wood, to try and make that breakthrough. The kids having an absolute ball here this evening. 25 past 10 at night. No chance they're going to bed home early tonight.
What a batting from these two. 151 partnership of just 91 deliveries. They looked in control, the intent was there.
Yeah, the word intent, I think, is an interesting one, Brazil, because there was no hint. I mean, they didn't have the luxury to be able to do that with 200 on the board, but there was no hint of just rowing back after a fast start, as they did batting first on Tuesday. Just kept the pedal to the metal and have kept putting England under pressure.
Just a question to you, Butch. Why sunglasses? Looking cool, kind of
yeah,
thing?
I'm doing my tribute to Ray Charles. Oh, he's found the gap. He's found the gap. That is brilliant. That is superb. England have sent the field wide and back on the offside for that wide delivery, that wide Yorker, but he's still found the fence.
Yeah, Pakistan shouldn't lose from here. They look in control. This partnership growing nicely. The positive intent. They kept England under pressure. And previous game, the crowd, by this time, they left the ground. They were gone. They're not leaving. They want to see Pakistan come home. They want to see Babar winning this game. They might be tired, but they aren't going anywhere.
You try getting some
Babar
sleep in
and
this round.
Rizwan, guys, also holds the record of highest partnership while chasing for any wicket. 197 versus South Africa. A good delivery came out of nowhere. Good bounce as well. He's running in.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. The ball kept low in the first inning, and this time, I think he just bent his back a little bit. What was the pace on that? 90? No, that's a wrong one I'm reading. But it was definitely quite a zippy delivery.
Looking for 2 again, they'll get him. They will get him. They have timed the ball beautifully, either when going for boundaries or just laying the ball up between 2 fielders and taking them on.
Running between the wicket has been excellent between these two.
Yeah, every bucket sold will go towards rehabilitating flood victims. 50 rupees every time. From KFC, sponsors here have done a wonderful job in helping out those less fortunate hit by the floods. England have been hit by a flood of boundaries here.
By these two.
Torrents. Whereas torrents of the things.
So if Pakistan wins from there, they'll get their confidence back. You know, they have been under the pump from last, especially after losing the finals, the intent, the middle order batting and all. But this will give them confidence as a team that they can compete and chase against any side.
Certainly will. It doesn't do much. Doesn't do much for the middle order, though, does it? They've not got in.
They're definitely not helping them. Yeah, one thing we've seen tonight is a different brand these two are playing. I mean, every time you see them go out there, they get runs every time. You know, I've not seen them fail. Hardly they fail, these two. And even after power play today, it was a different ball game. Maybe it's just because it was 200 runs. They have nothing to lose. They said, okay, we lost the game. Maybe just go hard, and it come out nicely. See, like that. This is a beauty. Picking the gap nicely. Wow. End of the over. 164. No wicket down.
Babar at its best. Slow ball, picked up beautifully between mid-on and mid-wicket, raced away to the boundary. He's on 90 now of 55s. The strike rate of 163. Rizwan's strike rate is 175. Excellent cricket. Joss Butler, who's nursing an injury.
Yeah, he'll be interested watching this. I mean, even when you lose games, you learn things. In fact, sometimes you learn more when you lose than when you win. It certainly seems to have worked for Pakistan and Babar Azam and his fan club out there. Also, I'm absolutely intrigued by this surface, Was. Absolutely intrigued by it. It's turned into an absolute batting paradise.
I don't blame you. And I think it's got to do with a little bit of dew, not a huge kind of dew we're talking about, just a little dew that binds the pitch. And of course, when the ball gets wet, the seam has to get wet a little bit, and then nothing happens. Full toss. There's a fielder there, just finer this time because of Rizwan plays there. That's his favorite area.
50 up, looking to the heavens for Rizwan and Baba. These two absolutely love batting together, and why wouldn't they? They do it so well.
Yeah, it's good to see them smiling. They were under the pump a little bit from the critics.
Well, class is permanent, isn't it? It's never a truer cliche than that. Can't keep these champion players down for long.
Yeah, I was talking to him this afternoon. Dollins, here come Dollins.
Hey, now listen, they'll tell you, won't they, that it's the women that do all the work in terms of getting the clothes clean, but it's the men there from Dolan's Power Wash Challenge, the #1 home appliance brand of Pakistan.
At least you don't have to pay for your laundry. You can bring it to the ground and we'll do it free for you.
That's a big machine, I tell you that.
Well, tell me, when was the last time Wazim Akram paid for his own laundry?
23.5 years ago.
Yeah, that's a serious machine out there. And these two are playing like a machine too.
Yeah, proper big unit.
The entire ground can put their
first of all, I thought there was a guy inside. And look, they are just controlling the game beautifully. And 31 of 20 deliveries with 10 wickets in hand. This is what you call a thumping performance.
It is at the moment. It isn't done yet. Not done yet. The run rate is still up above 10s. And you two, of all people, you two gentlemen, will know that you get a situation like this in a one-day game. You guys are bowling. As long as there are still runs left on the board, you both felt as though you had a chance of winning the game, and that's how England have got to think from here.
Got to believe in themselves, that's for sure. Not with these full tosses. There's a fielder there, but to no win for the maximum.
And working for England. What a hit. Small opportunity, a very small one for England. And just hitting the hand and going for 6. What a hit once again, Babar Azam. These two are looking great.
Yeah, even if Sam Curran had managed to maybe pat it back into play again, you just felt that the momentum going backwards, he'd never have been able to stop it.
He's on 97, the skipper running in, Willie. Yes, no, and they decided not to take a second run. And clever thinking, 17 gone, 176 for none.
Remember again, Wazim, back in the in the dim and distant past in the 90s when Surrey needed 25 runs to win with 9 wickets in hand, and you and Ian Austin managed to knock over 9 wickets for nothing. Surrey v Lancs.
It's got to do with bowling. Ian Austin, the Lancashire legend, he won so many games for Lancashire, especially in one-day cricket in the 90s. He was phenomenal, and he could bat as well and move.
Yeah, to a fashion, yeah. And stayed down a little.
Babar Azam on 98, 2 away from his second T20 100.
Oh, second swing and a miss.
At this stage, when you play a dot delivery, the required run rate suddenly goes up. That's what you don't want to see. Just keep rotating the strike, and I think Pakistan will cruise, will win this game. What you don't want is to lose one of these two at a time when you really need them. You probably don't want a new batsman to come in.
Rizwan sets off. He sets off quickly, but they're not getting 2 there. Babar's on 99.
The skipper is on 99, and look at the excitement here. The whole stadium is packed. What an atmosphere here in Karachi. And what a partnership. 177 for none. Required run rate only 9.2.
I do not believe that's possible. Absolute bedlam out there. And the little one's having a kip. I bet as soon as mum and dad gets him home, he'll be wide awake, screaming the house down. They'll scream the house down here if Pakistan get up these next 23. He's down early for the sweep, but it's only going to be a single. It brings Babar on strike.
Deliveries, legal deliveries remaining, and Pakistan need 22. Yes, 10 wickets in hand, but nervous time. Crowd still there. They're just waiting for, first of all, they're waiting for Babar to get 100. They want to cheer that up. They want to enjoy this moment.
And there'll be a huge noise. Just watch and see.
Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket. The first was in Centurion against South Africa. On that occasion, he was chasing a total of 204. On this, it's 200. He's their hero. They've given him some stick over the course of the Asia Cup, but once again, he's the bright-eyed boy of Pakistan cricket, and he has played magnificently.
Absolutely. He's back with the bang. The skipper, look at his record, look at the strike rate, and look at 26 50s, and this was his second 100. The first Pakistani to do so.
Well, end of the over, and it was a tight one from Curran. 20 needed from 2 overs.
What a player. Very elegant player. He was very different tonight. It's his second 100. He has given his critics silence. What a player, an amazing talent. Looks so elegant when he's batting. Babar Azam, second 100. This is the moment. This is how he got the final run required. Yeah, well, that's your moment. Enjoy it.
Yeah, it's absolutely fabulous. You see the phone lights go on around the stadium. It takes a moment to take it all in, but it'll count for very little for him. Pakistan don't finish this one off. They deserve to, that is for sure, but it is not done yet.
No, it's not. 10 and over required. 20. Good delivery. Low Yorker outside off stump. They're going to settle for one. They need a boundary. What they don't want to be needing about 12 runs in the last over. That's kind of very pressure situation. Doesn't matter how many wickets you have. So try to come closer to the total winning total in this over. 11 balls, 19 runs.
Yeah, over the years we have seen so many good players from Pakistan, the likes of Javed Miandad, Inzamamul Haq, Yusuf, Yunus. This talent in your picture is a special one.
Oh, he's found the gap. That is superb. Absolutely superb. The ball was a whisker away from the perfect Yorker from Wood, but he's dug it out and pinged it between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4.
Well, the modern day cricketers, 20 of 2 is no real issue, to be honest. And the man is on 100. He's not going to miss out on anything. He's picking the gap beautifully. Some joy for the crowd. They enjoyed watching Babar bat. They enjoyed watching Rizwan bat, the way he batted. Very aggressively, with a lot of intent. Yeah, this is really, really special what we have seen so far today. Some really good hitting from the England batsmen early on, and then these two came out with a purpose. Outstanding.
His moment, his day. Babar Azam, well supported by Rizwan, who's on 79 of just 47. Lookwood running in. Outside off stump, picked up. There's a fielder there to no well. Another boundary. 14 of 9 now required.
Hard to believe what we've seen today. They played superbly well. They have not put a foot wrong tonight, these two Pakistani openers. Flags are out. People are dancing in the aisles. Great scenes.
Yeah, great scenes, and what a partnership. These two hold the record for the highest ever in T20 cricket, 197. Whilst chasing. Should they get them over the line tonight, they will be clear of themselves.
Why Saklan is not looking happy? Pressure maybe. Pressure maybe. White ball. Pressure is off now. Should be off from our coach.
Yeah, they're just very quiet, very calm. You can give us a smile, Seki. You almost won this game, and also Surrey won the championship. What else? Credit to Mohammad Yusuf, I must say that. It's not good bowling, especially with a third man in and point field, a very square. All Rizwan need is just to put a bat on ball.
I think this also teaches a little bit of a lesson to England as well. In this part of the world, when you win a toss, 99% you should be bowling. because the wickets get easier in the evening, slightly cooler weather, and there's a little bit of dew factor we've seen, but not taking the credit away from Babar and of course Rizwan. They played beautifully.
Chance. Oh, it was a chance. And England needed to take it. Unbelievably difficult. Moeen Ali tried to get himself in tight there at extra cover to narrow down the angles. But he got a hand to it.
Ideally, you don't want to go into the last over. You want to finish it before that. But if you're chasing maybe 3 or 4 runs in the last over, it should be okay. There's one more ball remaining in this over. Try to finish it now, if you can.
Oh, bowl it again. Bowl it again. 5 from 7 now.
Well, the England bowlers are making sure that we don't go into the last over, isn't it?
Well, I mean, isn't that just the game? Luke Wood, player of the match in his debut, can do no wrong. He'll come out, same ground, different night, different opposition, and things don't go quite the same way for you. And he's gone for 47 from 3.5 overs so far this evening. It's been a much more difficult night for him.
When England scored 199, they'd be thinking, oh, we are sitting pretty. But Babar and Rizwan had different ideas, obviously. Look at his shot into the gap. 1 bounce, 2 bounce to the fielder. They're going to settle for 2.
Well, that's it. The record has been equalled. 17 runs from that Luke Wood over. Pakistan need just 3 runs to win from the last to pull off what would be a stunning victory to level up this series.
Three to win. 10 wickets in hand. What a performance. Babar and Rizwan also hold the record of the highest partnership while chasing 197, and now it's 198. It's a world record.
Now, what an achievement by the pair of them. They're barely panting out there. There's barely a bead of sweat on either of them. They've run brilliantly between the wickets. They've banged the ball out of the park whenever they've been given the opportunity. It has been quite stunning. They are run machines together at the top of the order.
What a fighter Rizwan is. He fielded for 20 overs and now he's running like that. He's fresh, he's physically very fit, he's mentally very strong, and coming back to the Karachi crowd, they made us proud.
Yeah,
second game in a row, pack house. Well done, Karachi. Still no smile from Saklan.
Field comes up. It's the 2 men back on the leg side and 1 man back on the point boundary. They scurry through for another one. In truth, Babar was almost halfway there when he met the ball.
These two at the crease, they've been number 1, number 2. They've been moving in the first 5 positions, up and down at times, for the last good 2 to 3 years. And hopefully this performance from these two will probably take them back at the top spot. Amazing partnership.
That's it. Babar finishes it. He finishes it, and who else? That has been quite extraordinary. 1-0 down in the series. All sorts of questions about the batting lineup, about the intent, about the ability to find the boundaries against spinners. All of those have been answered and more this evening. That has been something to behold here at a packed Karachi Natural Stadium.
This is Pakistan's second 10 wickets win. Now, what a performance by these two. The skipper Babar Azam and Rizwan at the other end. 110 of 66 Babar, Rizwan 88 of 51. Winning this game comfortably in the end. And this series is alive and kicking now, one each.
Well, at the interval, we all thought that it's going to be a hard work. It's going to be difficult for Pakistan to chase down this total. And all they needed was just these two batsmen at the crease to win this game. What an amazing partnership. Great ball striking, outstanding running between the wicket. They have done everything right tonight. They have quietened their critics. They played with a lot of intent. All those sixes and fours, they kept England under pressure the entire time. What a partnership.
Well, we've got 5 more of these to go. And if they're anything like that, then we are in for one heck of a ride over the course of the rest of this trip here in Karachi, and then of course the 3 matches in Lahore. Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan have taken the roof off the National Stadium. England shell-shocked. They must have thought at halfway that they'd done enough, done more than enough on what looked like a pretty tricky batting surface, but Rizwan and Babar had other ideas. The Pakistan flag flutters gleefully up above the stands, and all that's left to do is for the teams to congratulate their captain and their vice-captain on a job well done. Still, I suppose the questions remain about the middle order because they didn't get in. But I suppose if you don't need them, then who cares?
We are not bothered about middle order anymore. We are fine with this win. 203 for none, chasing 199, chasing 200. Babar 110, Rizwan supported him beautifully, 88, but what a performance. Controlled performance. They weren't looked on a back foot when they came out to chase a 200, and in the end, easy win.
I don't think Babar will mind that the middle order didn't get in, they didn't get runs. As long as you can win the game and win game convincingly like this, they'll be happy. I know Babar Azam's knock was outstanding, but don't forget Mohammad Rizwan. Wonderful partnership between these two. These are the targets chased down. 208 against West Indies here in Karachi. South Africa 204 they chased down at Centurion, and now against England 200 runs here in Karachi again. This really shows that how good a pitch this becomes. And this is how it all ended. Babar Azam is beautiful cover drive, which we all love, bringing the bottom hand into play, sign of relief, punching in the air. Yep, these are the scenes all these people, this crowd have come to see. All the bowlers are up. They've been thrashed all around tonight, but they'll be much relieved. Jadoo ki Jappi. And why not?
And why not, Vicky? They deserve everything, every moment, every hug. And look at this man, the pillar of Pakistan cricket of this era, Rizwan, and the skipper Babar Azam, who's back in form with the bang.
Yeah, smiles all around, hugs, handshake. Never seen these two play like that before. Yes, they have scored many runs, but this inning, this partnership was very, very special.
They were in control the minute it go. The match summary: England winning the toss, elected to bat first on this pitch. And they started off sluggishly, but in the end they got the runs. 199 for 5. Moeen Ali played beautifully, 55 of 23. Spashed it and Duckett, 43 of 22. And in reply, Pakistan, 203 for none. Babar Azam, 110 of 66. And Rizwan, 88 of 51. And Pakistan won by 10 wickets. A thumping win.
All right, let's have a look at the highlights. We're not going to talk about the fall of wickets. It's going to be all good batting. A beautiful batting. Even I don't really have to say much because it was in such a control inning. Watch that. Just keep watching that. Wonderful shots. Yep, that's his trademark shot. What about this one? Going over the top. That's Babar at his best. A little opportunity there for England, and they missed it. Alex Hales was the man underneath it. And very next delivery, out of the park. This is beautiful batting, isn't it, Wasim bhai?
Unbelievable scenes here at Karachi National Stadium. The way they played, the way they controlled the game, the way they started with positive intent, they weren't worried. And then once they'd set in, and then they toyed around with the bowlers all over the park.
Never seen Babar hitting so many sixes. It's great to see that. Great to see the positive intent and putting the bowlers under pressure. Watch that. Wonderful cricket. Not seen. I think the entire crowd, they got their money worth for sure. You know, people come and watch wicket fall, running between the wicket, but this was a beauty. This was special. This was outstanding. Timed it beautifully, hitting over the top. Wow, that is some batting. Literally some batting. This is how it ended. Yeah, beautiful. Big hug. These two, they complement each other really, really nicely. And this is how the schedule is. We already played 2 games, 1 each. And there's a game tomorrow, don't forget, on the 23rd September. And there's a game on the 25th, and then 3 games in Lahore. And we will be we'll be back soon with the presentation. So don't go away. Welcome back to the National Stadium, Karachi. Here we had the second T20 game. Earlier, England won the first one, and Moeen won the toss and elected to bat first. They put up a daunting task, 199 for 5. He himself played really, really well. He was 55 not out of 23 deliveries. And when Pakistan came out to bat, they were nothing less than superb. They were just outstanding. They dominated the England bowlers and won the game by 10 wickets. It's time for the presentation. Let's go down to Rouge Mumtaz.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the second T20I of this Bank Alfra presents Dafa News Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. It was absolute runs galore tonight at the National Stadium in Karachi, and we've been witnessing a special run chase for Pakistan, leveling the series 1-1. First up, the presentation party to my left, Mr. Faisal Farooq Khan, Bank Alfala, Mr. Asim Rais, Director Supply Chain Dolans, Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam, Chief Marketing Officer KFC, Mr. Dilawar Meghani, CFO GSK Consumer Healthcare, Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman Kingdom Valley, and Mr. Faisal Ahmed on behalf of Go Lutlo. Once again, plenty of awards for tonight, so let's get right to it. Mr. Faisal Ahmed will present the Go Lutlo Best Bowler of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Haris Rauf. Next up, Mr. Mohammad Noor Alam will present the KFC Feel Good Performance Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Shahnawaz Dahani. Didn't we all enjoy those back-to-back wickets and with a trademark celebration? Well done to the two speedsters. Mr. Asim Rais will present the Dolan's Reliable Player of the Match Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Mohammad Rizwan. Top effort with the bat to chase down a mammoth total. Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid will present the Kingdom Valley Master Blaster of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Moeen Ali. Next, Mr. Dilawar Meghani will present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match cash award of PKR 200,000 to Babar Azam. And Bank Alfala will be donating USD 1,000 for flood victims for every 6 that is hit. So today's total is 18. That is a donation of USD $18,000. Mr. Faisal Farooq Khan will present the Bank Alfala Player of the Match trophy and cash award of rupees 100,000 to Babar Azam. We'll have him back up here. A scintillating knock tonight from the skipper, leading his team to a fantastic win to level the series. Firstly, I'd like to call Moeen Ali, the skipper for England, to have a word with us. Moeen, first half exceptional. With 199 on the board, you would have felt comfortable?
Yeah, I thought it was a very good score actually. It was a really good wicket in the end. We thought it'd probably do a little bit more second innings, but I thought actually we batted well, and the first 10 overs we actually bowled okay. They were going at 8 and a bit and over. And we dropped a big catch obviously, but actually the momentum changed when I bowled my over and I went for 20, and that really gave them the belief, and after that they were almost unstoppable.
It's probably just one of those matches where one exceptional half is followed by another exceptional half, and 199 playing 200. Your own batting performance and the middle order putting a lot of runs, how good was that considering you lost like 3 wickets?
Yeah, we played really well. I thought, you know, Ben Duckett's partnership with Alex Sales, Salty was fantastic, and really gave us a platform. And then me and Brooksy tried to go and really just up there. We played quite nicely as well, and we got a really good score in the end, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm really pleased with the way we batted.
Series level 1-1, still 5 matches to go. Looking at the conditions out here, would you like to tweak something?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was much different to the first game. The wicket was a lot different. It actually looked worse, but played much better, which it's quite difficult to read. So we obviously have a lot to learn, and they played really, really well tonight. I thought the two openers were brilliant. I know they get a lot of stick for their strike rates, but if they play like that, I mean, I believe their strike rates are very good anyways, and they're brilliant players. So you can't afford to drop them, and you can't afford to bowl an off spinner to them in such a big time.
Well, Moin, it was wonderful to watch both innings. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the skipper of Pakistan, Babar Azam. Huge cheer goes up from the little bit of crowd that's left behind. बाबर बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. पहले तो ये बताएं, आपकी सेंचुरी की तो बात करेंगे, ये बताएं कि हाफ टाइम पे 199 उस वक्त आपके ड्रेसिंग रूम में क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन था?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. बिल्कुल डिस्कशन यही थी कि हम ये कर सकते हैं. हमने पास में भी ऐसे चेस किए हुए हैं और सिर्फ इसमें यही था कि बिलीव, और हमने यही प्लान किया था कि जो चीज़ें हमारे में हाथ में आएंगी उसको हम फिनिश करके आएंगे. और मेरे ख्याल से शाकिब भाई ने भी एक वहाँ पे मीटिंग की थी और यही कॉन्फिडेंस दिया था कि आप उसको जितना अपने पे बिलीव रख सकते हो, हमने इस डिफरेंट कंडीशंस में भी किया तो हम कर सकते हैं.
अच्छा, मोइन ने टॉस पे कहा उनको विकेट थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट लग रहा था, आपने विकेट ड्राई लग रहा था, बट सेकंड इनिंग्स में लग रहा था कि बॉल स्किड करके ज़्यादा अच्छा आ रहा था बैट पे.
देखें, अंडर द लाइट्स हमेशा विकेट अच्छा खेलता है और मेरे ख्याल से जैसे हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे वैसा विकेट नहीं था. मेरे ख्याल से प्रॉपर T20 विकेट था, लेकिन जिस तरह उन्होंने टोटल दिया को मेरे ख्याल से हमने थोड़े से रन ज़्यादा दिए, लेकिन जिस तरह मैंने और रिजवान ने बैटिंग की उसमें मेरे ख्याल से रिजवान को काफ़ी क्रेडिट जाता है जिस तरह वो लेके चला, और कोशिश हमने ये की थी कि हम इसी को फिनिश करके आएँ.
पिछले मैच में आपने कहा मिडिल ऑर्डर को स्टेप अप करना पड़ेगा, आपने कहा मैं ही आज सारे रन कर जाता हूँ, ऊपर से अपनी खुद की परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बताएं.
जी, इसमें अल्लाह का शुक्र है और बिलीव था, और देखें अप एंड डाउन चीज़ें चलती हैं, लेकिन एज अ स्पोर्ट्समैन अब अपने आप पे बिलीव रखना चाहिए. और टीम में जितने भी मेरे टीममेट्स हैं उन्होंने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया और हमेशा वो सपोर्ट करते हैं, क्योंकि यही यूनिटी होती है. और जिस तरह आप एज अ यूनिट चलते हैं, अप एंड डाउन चीज़ें चलती हैं, लेकिन एज अ यूनिट आप अपने पार्टनर को और साथी को उठाते रहेंगे, ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस आते रहेंगे.
Excellent, Babar, and good luck for the next one. Obviously, Babar talking about how self-belief is the conversation in the dressing room, and it was at half-time. The wicket obviously played a little bit better. He thought the ball was skidding on under lights, and he was very happy, of course, with his own performance. And that's all we have from the presentation.
Pakistan winning the second T20 here at the National Stadium, Karachi, and we got another one coming up for you guys tomorrow. The third T20 International at the very same ground at 7:30. So make sure you join us for that. It's going to be fun. Good night for now.
Bowling. That's what ball is fast and straight.
Oh, boom. That is out of here.
Oh, what a hit. What a hit.
That's gone straight up in the air. Man backtracks and puts it down. Alex Hales.
Let's pick that up.
Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket.
Well, what a fabulous chase by Pakistan. This is exactly the kind of performance that Pakistan needed. And it was a masterclass by Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan at the top, really setting the tone for Pakistan and moreover finishing things for them in the end. Remember, it's a record chase for Pakistan and generally as well. 200 runs chased with 10 wickets in hand. Truly a record. Hugs all around, jubilation, and why not? They totally deserve it. And this crowd in Karachi deserves it more than anything else. They came out in huge numbers, thanking the stars in the end. But what a reply, what a response by Pakistan. Gotta say, chasing 200's never easy, but for them to be able to do it in this fashion so comfortably speaks volumes of the character of this team, the way they've come back into the series. And yeah, the smile pretty much says it all. Yeah, fabulous performance by Pakistan. I think there are no complaints from anyone today because they were magnificent with the bat, chasing 200. Like I said, it is a record chase, chasing over 200 runs with 10 wickets in hand. Welcome to the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. And I've got with me the legend, Wasim Akram, and of course, the star of today, Dahani. Whereas, आज तो किसी को कोई कंप्लेंट नहीं होगी इन द सेंस कि जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान ने चेज किया है, विनिंग बाय 10 विकेट्स इन हैंड, इंटेंट बहुत क्लियर थी.
देखिए, कोई ना कोई तो कंप्लेन करेगा. कंप्लेन क्या करेगा? मिडिल ऑर्डर की बारी नहीं आई. सो दैट्स व्हाट वी आर ऑल अबाउट. बट या, कमिंग बैक टू पाकिस्तान टीम की परफॉर्मेंस, अ थंपिंग विन, अ कॉन्फिडेंट विन, एंड दिस विल गिव देम कॉन्फिडेंस. ठीक, थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस कम था, कप्तान आउट ऑफ फॉर्म में था. क्या जबरदस्त बैटिंग किया उसके अंदर रमजान ने, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाया है. पाकिस्तान ने 200 चेस किया है, वाइड टीम है, 10 विकेट जिसके हाथ में थी. सो इंग्लैंड की टीम बुरी नहीं है जिस तरीके से वो पहला मैच जीते, बट ओवर एंड ऑल इट वाज अ कंप्लीट विन बाय पाकिस्तान टीम एंड दैट शुड गिव देम अ कॉन्फिडेंस. सो दानी, इससे आपके ख्याल में कॉन्फिडेंस मिलेगा टीम को बैटिंग में स्पेशली?
जी, नो डाउट. देखें, पहला T20 मैच हम लोग हार गए थे अनफॉर्चुनेटली, और जिस तरह हम लोगों ने स्ट्रॉन्ग कमबैक किया है, और स्पेशली बात करें अपने कैप्टन की, और जिस तरह वो आउट ऑफ थोड़ा फॉर्म लग रहे थे एशिया कप से लेके, और माशाल्लाह इतना एक 100 स्पेशली अपने होम ग्राउंड में अगेंस्ट इंग्लैंड की टीम के खिलाफ फेबुलस.
अच्छा, ये बताएं दानी के, ऑब्वियसली जब आप 200 चेस कर रहे होते हो तो मिड इनिंग्स में क्या डिस्कशन हो रही थी कि किस तरह से अप्रोच करना है इस इनिंग्स को? आप भी पार्ट ऑफ द टीम टॉक थे.
जी देखें, लास्ट ईयर आई थिंक वेस्ट इंडीज़ के खिलाफ इसी ग्राउंड में हम लोगों ने 200 चेस किए, और उसमें भी बाबर भाई का कंट्रीब्यूशन और रिजवान भाई का कंट्रीब्यूशन, और सेम लाइक ऐसे ही होता है कि हमारे जो ओपनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन है उनसे ज़्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, और स्पेशली बाबर भाई ने प्रूव कर दिया ही इज़ अ किंग, और ज़बरदस्त.
बिल्कुल, और आपकी बॉलिंग ने भी बड़ा इंप्रेस किया है हम सबको, स्पेशली जो आपने 2 विकेटें ली हैं. तो उस वक्त प्लान क्या था आपका उस पिच पे? उस थोड़ा सा बॉल उस वक्त रुक रहा था, एम आई राइट? पहली जब बॉलिंग पर करने आया आप, तो आपका प्लान क्या था जब 2 विकेटें मिली आपको? विकेटों में बॉल करना है?
जी, विकेट थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट था कल से भी, और वेरिएशन अर्ली ऑन काफ़ी मतलब उनको बैट्समैनों को नहीं आ रही थी उतना, लेकिन जो स्लॉट में बॉल जो पेस के साथ वो ज़्यादा बल्ले पे अच्छा आ रहा था, तो मेरे भी माइंड में यही था. और जिस तरह ओपनिंग उनकी है, फेल सेल्ट एंड एलेक हेल्स, वो काफ़ी अच्छा खेलते हैं, और माइंड में यही था कि उनको थोड़ा वेरिएशन करके, क्योंकि ज़्यादा मैं तेज़ बॉल करके उनके माइंड से मैंने ये किया है कि मैंने उनके साथ थोड़ा सा वो करना, चेंज ऑफ पेस किया, तो मुझे उसमें विकेटें मिली. जी.
अच्छा, ये आप हैट्रिक पे थे तकरीबन, लग रहा था कि 3 विकेटें हो जाएंगी ऑन द ट्रॉट, तो उस वक्त क्या फीलिंग होती है?
तकरीबन
हो जाएगी हैट्रिक हो जाएगी, तो उस वक्त क्या फीलिंग होती है? ऑब्वियसली यू मस्ट बी रियली पम्प्ड कि जब एक बॉलर 2 विकेटें ले लेता है एंड यू आर कमिंग बैक टू योर रन अप, एंड उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं.
जी बिल्कुल, बैक टू बैक 2 विकेट्स, उसके बाद हैट्रिक बॉल, अमेजिंग मोमेंट था जब रन अप पे होता है, स्पेशली काफी प्राउडफुल मोमेंट था मेरे लिए.
तो हैट्रिक पे जब भाग रहा था जी, जब भागने से पहले व्हाट वर यू थिंकिंग, क्या सोच रहे थे आप?
बस मुझे भी स्टंप उड़ाना है इस हैट्रिक बॉल पे, चाहे कोई भी हो.
नहीं, प्लान क्या था? आगे करना, यॉर्कर करना है, लेंथ करना है, प्लान होता है ना
जी. और मुझे मेरा आइडिया यही था कि मैंने इसको स्टंप में करना है, और लेग बिफोर की भी चांस है, और कोर्ट पे एंड का भी. मैंने वही लेंथ किया, और बॉल भी बुरा नहीं था, अच्छा बॉल था, वो अच्छा खेला उस बॉल को.
अच्छा ये बताएं कि मैं आपसे पूछने लगी थी सबसे पहले, एक्चुअली मैं यही सवाल करने लगी थी कि ये जो आपकी सेलिब्रेशन है, आई मीन यू कांट इग्नोर इट, यू नो हर प्लेयर की अपनी एक सेलिब्रेशन होती है, लेकिन क्या प्लान है, यहाँ से लाहौर तक जाना है या कहाँ जाना है? आई मीन इट्स अ यूनिक सेलिब्रेशन।
इसकी नेचुरल निकलती है, इट्स नॉट आर्टिफिशियल, दिल से भागता है, दिल से खुश होता है। ठीक कह रहा हूँ ना मैं?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, नो डाउट वसीम भाई। आप देखें कि पीएसएल से लेके जब से मैंने प्रोफेशनल क्रिकेट में कदम रखा, तो इस तरह मैंने अपने क्रिकेट को एंजॉय किया और मेरे माइंड में यही होता है, जहाँ से मैं आया हूँ अपने लाड़काना शहर से, जहाँ से टेबल खेलता था, जहाँ से क्रिकेट खेलता था, तो उसी तरह इस क्रिकेट को आगे लेके जाना है, एंजॉय करना है। और अल्लाह पाक का शुक्र है कि मतलब जहाँ भी जाता हूँ कि वहाँ पे कामयाबी मिलती है, तो मैं इस चीज़ को काफ़ी एंजॉय करता हूँ।
बिल्कुल, और ये मेरी एडवाइस है, बिल्कुल ऐसे ही अपने पैशन को रखना, ऐसे ही अपनी सेलिब्रेशन को रखना और ऐसे ही क्रिकेट खेलना कि मैंने एंजॉय करना है।
इंशाल्लाह ज़रूर वसीम भाई, थैंक यू।
डेफिनेटली लगता तो यही आप एंजॉय करते हैं, अपने स्टार को भी पॉइंट कर रहे होते हैं जब सेलिब्रेट कर रहे होते हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली एक वो नेशनलिज्म और सेंस ऑफ प्राइड नजर आती है सबको।
जी बिल्कुल, इतना अपने होम ग्राउंड में और क्राउड काफ़ी फुल था, और उनके सामने जब विकेट लेते हैं एज ए बॉलर, तो काफ़ी मतलब मूवमेंट्स ऐसे आती हैं, एक्सप्लेनेशन, तो काफ़ी एंजॉय करता हूँ मैं इस
तो
विकेट।
कैसा फील किया जब आप हैट्रिक के लिए भाग रहे थे और पूरा स्टेडियम आवाजें लगा रहा था, इंक्लूडिंग मी एंड वकार, हम सब धानी धानी, कैसा फील कर रहा था?
बस फीलिंग यही था कि मुझे आउट करना है, आउट करना है, आउट करना है।
ओके, ब्रिलियंट।
जाते जाते ये बता दें, लाइफ कितनी चेंज हुई है 2 सालों में?
अल्लाह पाक का सबसे पहले बहुत शुक्र है कि एक छोटे गांव से, छोटे शहर से इस मकाम पे, और स्पेशली मेरे वालिदैन की दुआएं हैं, मेरी अम्मी की दुआएं हैं, और उसके साथ मैंने हमेशा यही किया है कि सबकी रेस्पेक्ट करनी है, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह लोग सब दुआएं करते हैं, ये उनका नतीजा है।
चलें, थैंक यू सो मच दहानी, ऑल द बेस्ट। हम आपको बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं बॉलिंग करते हुए, आपकी सेलिब्रेशंस को बहुत एंजॉय करते हैं, इसी तरह विकेटें लेते रहें, एंड यू आर आवर प्राइड इन द ट्रू सेंस ऑफ द वर्ड। ऑन दैट नोट आई थिंक हम आपको जाने देते हैं, आप अपनी टीम के साथ जाके सेलिब्रेट करें, और हम भी जो है थोड़ा सा एक ब्रीदर लेते हैं, एंड विल बी बैक जस्ट इन अ बिट ऑन नया नाज़माबाद पिच साइड शो। Back at the Naya Nazmabad pitch side show, and I'm here with two new guests. I've got David Kaur, who's still smiling, by the way. The fact that Pakistan has won, he's a true neutral in every sense. But I'll come to you in a bit, David. And we've got the lovely, ever smiling Arooj Mumtaz, who's actually really happy that Pakistan has won. So I'm going to start with you, DG. Great performance by Pakistan, but we'll look at the England perspective. A couple of dropped catches here and there. We saw that from the Pakistan camp. But how do you overall look at their match today?
Well, the first thing is, I thought Moeen Ali in the first part got it right. I mean, he was hitting sixes at will. That target, 200, looked as though it should be enough. I mean, everyone upstairs was saying 200 should be plenty. We didn't expect the pitch. I would say people misread that pitch because everyone said it was going to go slower and lower and be hard to hit. But it did its thing, whether it was due, whatever it was, it did its thing. And then the one drop catch. So I have to say, if Hales had managed to cling on to that chance from Rizwan, then you get into the next sort of tricky part of the Pakistan batting lineup. I honestly don't think, and this is not just a little bit of sort of European influence, I honestly don't think that the next 4 or 5 in that order would have played in the same way. So it would have been possibly a very different game.
But we still got to talk about the top order, Arooj, because I know that a lot has been spoken about them generally. But, today, the way they performed, the way they, the manner, the approach in which they came out and chased it down, you must be really pleased watching them bat.
I think that was always the point under discussion. Yes, they score bulk of the runs. Yes, they are instrumental in getting Pakistan over the line because they, again, bat longer, deeper, and they get runs. But this time round, chasing 200 never easy. The approach had to be spot on from ball one. And that's exactly what we saw. Babar mentioned that the middle order has to step up. And I still feel that is an area of concern. But the performance tonight, you run out of adjectives to describe it. He grabbed the opportunity by the scruff of the neck, played his shot. I don't think I've seen Babar many times come leg side or go down leg side laterally off the wicket. He might have not connected, but he looked like he was trying different things. He did play a few shots that he probably doesn't play very often. And that's probably the difference that was in tonight's chase.
Well, we were looking for some innovation from Babar Azam, and that's what we got from him today. He was absolutely magnificent and also our star of the day.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, it was an almost flawless innings when it comes to Babar Azam. He doesn't really give you a lot of chances, playing all around the pitch, all around the wicket. And like I said, not many chances were given, going down the wicket as well. Definitely showing that kind of intent and finishing things off in style.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
We talk about visual elegance, and this man on my left definitely had a lot of it. David, Babar Azam is just a treat to watch. I'm talking about just visually as well. The fact that he won the game for Pakistan is obviously the highlight of the day. But just in terms of watching him, you definitely, he's one of the players you'd pay to watch.
Yeah, you're right. He does it in style. It's fluent, it's fluid, the timing is immaculate. And one thing I think it's always good to point out is that when you watch someone like Babar Azam and Rizwan today, the way they were striking the ball, when the sixes started to come, time after time, to hit that ball that cleanly each and every time takes skill. Each and every ball, you've got to watch it carefully, time it carefully, because when batsmen keep going for it, so often you'll see one go up in the air which hasn't been hit cleanly, and that's that. But to keep doing it takes a lot of skill. And he was just very, very brilliant at doing that today. The style is an added bonus, isn't it? Because you'll win the game any way you like. But if you do it with that sort of beauty as well, then, of course, you'll have fans everywhere drooling at your feet.
Arooj, let's not forget that, he was coming into this game with a bit of pressure on him because personally it's not been great for him in terms of the Asia Cup and then the first T20 international. Of course, we know what kind of a player he is, but again, it speaks of the skill and the talent that Babar Azam has. Somebody who can get back into form just because of the sheer talent that he possesses.
He is naturally gifted. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And obviously the hard work comes in. But he does keep constantly talking about self-belief. And that's exactly what he said at the post-match presentation as well, that the self-belief is something that keeps bringing him back. And the ability is there to back him up. He's probably the most aesthetically pleasing player to watch currently going around.
And it definitely helps when he has somebody like Mohammad Rizwan on the other end. You know, both of them together. That partnership obviously got Pakistan over the line. Let's have a look at the master blaster of today, and that's Mohammad Rizwan.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, all the talk about strike rates, Mohammad Rizwan has answered in sheer fashion. Literally took on the bowlers, took on Luke Wood, played the spinners really well, and that's his favorite shot, the leg side pull that he always going down the wicket as well. Absolutely magnificent.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
He's also one of the players, Arooj, because we're talking about being under pressure. I know that a lot of questions have been asked of him in terms of the scoring rate and so many other things. But then again, you know, he keeps coming back and performing. So he's got that fight in him.
They are both resilient up the order because, again, like I say, I mean, you look at their records, they're impeccable. And they are the main force in Pakistan victories most of the time as well. They are, again, backed by talent. But I think Rizwan has got that fearless element about him, which makes him different. He might not be as aesthetically pleasing as Babar, but I think his fearless approach to the game makes him unique. We saw that in the T20 World Cup where he literally made that pick-up shot of the legs his trademark, and he does sort of move laterally around the crease as well. You can argue that if he opens up that little bit offside field as well, that maybe gives him another scoring area, but if you're doing those amount of runs in that amount of style, it's working for him.
What do you think he did differently today, David? Obviously, you followed his... It's obviously spoken about a lot that, you know, he plays a lot on the leg side, and it's been asked why he doesn't open up like Arooj rightly pointed out. But, I mean, what do you make of his innings today?
Well, first of all, that little bit of luck, I'm going to say it once more, that little bit of luck getting dropped, that allows you to stay at the crease. They had to take risks. One of the obvious things about tonight's performance was that when you have to chase 200, there's only one way to do it. You can't just gently approach it.
Yep.
It's got to be frenetic. So there was energy, but one of the things also about this partnership is that it's not just the stroke making, it's the running. They put pressure on the fielders all the time. Sometimes it looks like 1.5, suddenly it's 2. Sometimes it looks like none, suddenly it's 1. So they're ticking the scoreboard over all the time, and that's the energy they have combined together. They didn't look tired at the end, despite all that running and the hitting. So I think that's an important factor in this sort of chase, because as soon as the fielding side feels under pressure, bowlers get nervous, fielders get nervous, and the runs seem to come more easily.
Well, you're talking about chasing this down. It required a monumental effort, and it required a partnership at the top. That's what we got, which is why it's also our turning point of the game.
Turning Point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, there's every bit of understanding between these two. They've been batting together for a long time. Like David Gower rightly pointed out, their running between the wickets is great, and they are fantastic on all sides of the wicket. Just absolute pleasure to watch. The smile tells you a story.
Turning Point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
I mean, it's great to see Pakistan in this way, where you know, the middle order didn't even get an opportunity to come into the mix of things. But you've got to look at that as well. I mean, you know, you can't. It's not some of that. It's not an aspect that can be ignored, Arooj, because we did have the openers contribute, but the middle order will need to come to the party at some point.
And it's been the question that everybody has been asking, to the point that even obviously Babar mentioned that they need to step up. Because not every day will you win by 10 or 9 wickets. It's going to come down more times than not in a T20 game up to that middle order. The one thing that I did pick up on the difference or the contrasting styles of hitting just for these two teams, just feel that the English players have a stronger base. The power comes bottom up rather than just the hand swinging through the line. So just feel they're in more control of the stroke making. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I just felt that that is a little bit of a difference when the power hitting does get going.
What do you think, David? I mean, is that something that you've observed as well?
Well,
different batting styles?
Let's face it, there are always going to be different styles. It depends how you're put together at birth, basically. If you have big guns, you use them. If you've got long levers, you use them. If you look at Rizwan and Barbara, they're both actually relatively compact men. You know, these are not muscle men. They're fit, they're wiry, they're certainly strong enough to reach the boundary and clear the boundary. But you have to play according to your own talents. I mean, there are, over the last 10, 15 years of ODI cricket and the growing trend, of course, of T20I cricket, there have been players like the obvious man, Chris Gale, who is built in a very, very different way. It's no wonder he hits the top of stadium roofs, because he has the power. But you don't need to be built like that to hit the ball for six. And timing has always been part of the game. So those with the talent to time the ball will make it look easy. This is why we start talking about aesthetics. This is why I look at both these players and the way they reach the boundary and clear the boundary, and it seems effortless. And I think that has to be marked as very special.
Well, one thing that didn't look easy today was definitely the catching in the field, but we had Dahani contributing towards those wickets. Remember, he was on a hat-trick. Let's have a look at the safe hands for today.
Safe hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Shahnawaz Dahani really aiming for that top of off stump and getting that huge wicket, and then got David Malan as well. Look at that celebration. That's been definitely the highlight of Shahnawaz Dahani. He's off to Lahore.
Safe hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Yeah, well, hopefully not yet.
Aruj, where is he off? Please.
I really wanted to ask him that, like, does he find someone in the crowd every match and he's like, right, I'm coming for you, and who the lucky one is, I don't know. But we love him because the energy he brings. We saw that when he broke on the scene with the PSL, and the good thing that he's continued to be himself. I think it's very important you continue to stick to who you are as a person, and then obviously then as a cricketer as well.
He definitely wears his heart on his sleeve, David. I mean, there's so much to love about the guy. He's literally transparent and doesn't hold anything back.
It is lovely to watch. I mean, I couldn't understand him when he was talking, of course, but I was listening to him and watching him. You watch him on the field, and from the entertainment point of view, which is what this game is about as much as winning and losing, when you see someone enjoying themselves as much as this, and there is pride coming through. This is the nice thing. There's pride, in the star of Pakistan, and he has pride for the teams he plays for in PSL. He has pride for Pakistan. And I don't care if he does a lap of honour around the entire ground and talks to every man in the crowd in a way. Just to show that emotion is, I think, just a real bonus. He loves the game. He just loves playing and he loves taking wickets. Every now and again he has to accept that it won't go his way. And you see a different Shahnawaz Dahani. But when it's going well for him, it's a joy to watch.
England doesn't have a lot of time now because they come back literally after 24 hours to come back on the same ground and play. So what can they do?
They can say that lightning doesn't necessarily strike twice. Maybe in Pakistan it does. But I mean, what they can do is catch every catch. And they were good in the first game. They took good catches in the first game. And of course, these things change game by game. But of course, the tricky thing when you've got 7 matches to play is a lot of the same matchups will reoccur. There will be changes as we go through the series. But when you've got to pick yourself up one day later, first of all, you say, actually, well, we got 90% of that right. You're getting 199 on the board is good. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And you look at the 1%ers, the 2%ers, the catches that do make a difference. Some errors in the field, that sort of thing. 1 or 2 misalignments. I mean, Luke Wood at the end there, who had such a good day on day one, suddenly found himself with his last over of the day, 2 wides of the off stump, wide of off stump, 1 down the leg side. Suddenly, so the asking rate or the asking target for that last 10 balls comes down to something incredibly manageable. So pressure tells, but they can pick themselves up in the space of 24 hours. They know what they have to do. They're professionals. They understand how this works.
Quick thoughts, Aruj. Pakistan, have they exhausted all their energies on today's match and, sort of exhausted their resources and everything? I mean, how do they make sure that they are consistent? The momentum is with them, though.
That is the key, right? Because we've seen performances up and down, and sometimes in global events we see them falter just at the wrong time. Wrong.
Not at the right time.
Not at the right time.
Definitely not at the right time.
But let's be honest about it. I think the way they came out today, 199 never easy on any wicket. The way they've come out today, all they have to do is repeat the performance, irrespective of what they're chasing. The only thing that they probably have to consider or look at is when they're setting a score. And I think this series will be instrumental. And I wouldn't actually mind Babar going out there and even picking to bat first, just so they get practice for that.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, Aruj and David. And remember that there's no gap day because we're coming back tomorrow to bring you all the action. Pakistan versus England, third T20 International. Once again, we'll be seeing you at 6:50 p.m. live from National Stadium, Karachi. Well, we've definitely enjoyed bringing this coverage to you. The crowd, they had an absolute ball today. Lots of sixes, lots of runs. And that's about it that we have from here. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fast and straight.
Oh, boom. That is out of here.
Oh, what a hit. What a hit.
It's gone straight up in the air. Man backtracks and puts it down. Alex Hales.
Pick that up.
Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket.
Catch it! Yeah, Najee.
Cut you. Center. Right arm over. Just fraction. Just fraction. It's a 6-0.
bowling. That's what all is fast and straight.
Oh, boom. That is out of here. straight up in the air. Man backtracks and puts it down. Alex Hales.
He's picked that up.
Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket.
Welcome to highlights of match number 2 of Bank Al Falah presents DAFA News, Pakistan versus England T20 Series 2022. And we have a new pitch again for tonight's match. It looks very similar. Very dry, very bare, very similar to the pitch we saw for the first match. So maybe we can expect things to go along similar lines. But time, of course, will tell. Both sides want to know more about conditions, of course. The toss was won again by Moeen Ali, but he's changed tactics. He wanted to chase the other night and did so successfully. Today, England want to set the pace. They're going to bat first, and they have one change in their team. So the top order remains the same. Hales, of course, on his comeback with a half-century. Runs from Harry Brook as well. It's Liam Dawson who comes in. Richard Gleeson, the paceman, misses out. So England strengthening the spin attack. I'm interested to see how that works, of course, later on in the night with this slow sort of pitch for Pakistan. Equally, just the one change. Hasnain comes in, Naseem Shah misses out. So this depth of Pakistan pace bowling is demonstrated by that change. Where Pakistan certainly need to improve, of course, is in that middle order. A good start from Rizwan and Babar the other night, but 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 all having a quiet night. First ball comes up. Shall we say that was a little fortunate for the Pakistans, slightly offline, and we've seen all the evidence from that other game, the first game of the series. That's the super shot. Just got enough on it. Just. That is the bravest of shots when the long off is back. Phil Salt looks relatively unconcerned, but his heart must have been in his mouth here for a little moment, because it needed to carry the man and it just did so. Gives himself space again. It goes over the top and it goes all the way as well. That big outside edge.
10 from 2. This was outside edge.
That's an edge. You can do absolutely nothing about those as a fielding side. Frustration for Dahani. Hoiked away in the air, not out of the middle of the bat, just trickling its way towards the boundary where it just beats the dive.
Knocked him over. You can talk about intent all you like, but when your stumps are lying on the floor behind you, and the bowler is charging off towards the dressing room, you know it's time to go.
They were controlling the game before this happened. Slow delivery working for Pakistan. And Dangerman Alex Hale's been picked up. 26 from 21 deliveries is 42 for 1.
Dahani. Oh, he's knocked him over again. Around his legs, and off he goes. Pointing to the badge, pointing to the dressing room. If he had a point to prove, he is proving it.
He enjoys it, he enjoys the crowd. We've seen it in PSL, and now watch that. That's a beautiful delivery, right on the money. And David Milan gone across a little bit too much, exposed his leg stump, and there we go. Off you go, Dhani. Big wicket, massive wicket, 2 big wickets for Dhani. 42 for 2.
Slower ball again, and Duckett has found a way of finding the fence. The final over of the power play is often full of drama. This one has been no different. 48 for 2. Another sweep, top edge, but I think he's got a nice piece of it. Yes, that has flashed away behind square for 4. Reverse, it goes square up. Oh, that's a magnificent stroke. Very good indeed from Duckett. That's a big over in the context of this game. Halfway through the first innings.
Crunched that. He's crunched it and placed it. Crunched again. Well, this is sterling batting. That's what ball is fast and straight. Phil Salt just takes the gloves off and starts that walk back home.
This variation is helping. The first one was a slow ball, 127, and then the quick back of a length. He was playing across the line, missed it completely. An important breakthrough for Pakistan team, and what a spell, what an over from Harish Rauf. Phil Salt departs for 30 of 27, and England 95 for 3.
Oh, bowling. For once the calculations have gone wrong. For once the gamble has failed.
Different length, different line towards off stump. Pulled his length slightly shorter, slower as well. And Duckett was done for all those reasons, and obviously not the most exuberant celebration considering Duckett has played a fine knock. 43 from just the 22. England now 101 for 4.
Up it goes, high and long.
It's a good shot, but not a great field set, because for a new batsman, if you're going to bowl this length, your square leg should be behind leg umpire, and at this occasion, he was right in front.
Unless you're Moeen Ali, unless you are Moeen Ali with the sweetest of touches, the best of timing and those long levers. Don't believe a word I say, that's 6.
Just as you said it. It's pitched up, he gets under the ball, swings through the line. Excellent shot. That's gone a long way back. 94 meters the distance on that 6.
Yep, there he goes, there he goes. Same sort of distance, same sort of area. Moeen Ali is the man for this situation, it would seem. 133 for 4.
Slower ball, oh, picked and dumped over the boundary. Wow. That is a touch of genius from Brook. 150 up, 151 for 4. Four men back on the leg side. It doesn't matter. Put another one back, because that is out of the park again. Not sure it was perfectly timed, but it does not matter. Oh, he's got him. He's knocked him over. The bowler's revenge, and it's sweet.
Yeah, he wanted to go over the top, hitting the middle stump. Slow delivery, I guess. Good length, and Haris really pumped up. He's a wicket taker. It's 160 for 5.
He's got a chance to redeem himself. Oh no! Oh no!
Every game now, Pakistan are being able to drop these sitters on the fence. The boundary fielders or the high catching has gone amiss. You almost expect him to just catch that and throw it back, and well, how can you drop that?
Oh, boom. That is out of here. Up into the night sky from Moeen Ali. And nobody does it better or makes it look more graceful.
Such a clean striker of the ball. It was full, it was there. Watch that bat coming through and watch the follow through. That's your 4-iron, Butch. Long way, that's gone miles. 101 meters.
Oh, he's got another one. He's got another one. It's gone all the way. England go to 199. Moeen Ali goes to 50, 55 from 23. It's the second fastest by an England batter against Pakistan. The stand-in captain has led the way. The rest of his batting lineup has been on top form as well in challenging batting conditions, or at least we thought so.
England outstanding, simply outstanding. Hills 21 deliveries, he's got 26. It was a little struggle for him early on with the new balls. Salt batted quite nicely, but Ben Duckett is the man. Batted so superbly, and then of course icing on the cake was Moeen Ali.
And that has meant that Pakistan were put to the sword. Hasnan 51 off his 4. Haris Rauf probably the pick. 2 for 30 off his 4, but Pakistan will have to chase down 200.
We are ready to play. 200 is the target. The target will be reduced by 2. Throw is off target.
Nicely worked away on the offside. Punching the ball off the back foot, using the pace, and the first boundary has been scored through Mohammad Rizwan.
Just a little bit of swing, but it's swung nicely onto the middle of the bat. There's that timing again. There's yet another boundary in this opening over. A sort of look of resignation from David Willey. Yeah, he's got enough of that. The dive, not quite enough. There was a hand on it, took just a little bit of pace off. Smashed straight down the ground. That slower delivery was picked from the hand. And that's emphatic. 25 without loss. A great shot. Absolutely lovely shot. Best time to bat on pitches like this is when the ball is new and hard and skids nicely onto the bat.
He's picked that up. He's picked that up to perfection and lands over the boundary. Massive 6 from Rizwan, his first of his innings.
Yeah, when you ball that line and length, Mohammad Rizwan has got that inveterate tendency to whip the ball over square leg. And here's the evidence. It's quite efficient.
This is one of his absolute key areas. And he uses that slight back of a length delivery. He uses the bounce you get from that.
Not responding to that. But Babar Azam is responding to his critics quite nicely out there in the middle.
It's gone straight up in the air. Man backtracks and puts it down. Alex Hales, it looked as though he'd got it. He watched it down into his hands and then got his feet into a tangle at the end. Tough chance, but should have taken it once he'd got there.
Yeah, he was never comfortable underneath it. He was just moving back. He could have easily turned around because the ball was in the air for a long period.
Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen? Drop catch to the bowler, next ball goes for a boundary. On this occasion, 6, and it's 50 up for Pakistan.
31 of 15.
Down the leg side, it's a poor delivery, or poorly directed anyway. And Rizwan gratefully sweeps that away to the fence.
Oh, what a hit. What a hit from Babar Azam.
We've seen some classy ones, but none better than this. As he easily hits it down the ground, back where it came from. Timing, beautiful, balance, as always. Brilliant, Babar.
First ball from Moeen Ali goes way over the ropes. A little bit too short. That's all that Babar Azam needed.
Spectacular, absolutely brilliant. Slightly outside the off stump, and that has been pumped.
This is huge. That is the over that gets Pakistan well in front of this chase. 21 off the over, 125 without loss. Adil Rashid. Doesn't seem to make an awful lot of difference whether it's Moeen Ali or Adil Rashid. Their different styles being treated with the same contempt. Here we go again. Here we go again. Not quite so far this time, but certainly far enough.
Yeah, Babar Azam telling his partner, if you can do that, I can do it better. Second 6 of the over, 150 on the board.
The 8th of the innings. England got 9, for Pakistan already with 8. It's been magnificent hitting. Leg side, offside, no answer.
Tee like that. This is a beauty. Picking the gap nicely. Wow. End of the over. 164. No wicket down.
Not with these full tosses. There's a fielder there, but to nowhere for the maximum.
And working for England. What a hit. Small opportunity. A very small one for England. And just hitting the hand and going for 6. What a hit once again, Babar Azam. These two are looking great.
Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket. The first was in Centurion against South Africa. On that occasion, he was chasing a total of 204. On this, it's 200. He's their hero. They've given him some stick over the course of the Asia Cup, but once again, he's the bright-eyed boy of Pakistan cricket, and he has played magnificently.
Absolutely. He's back with the bang. The skipper.
Oh, he's found the gap. That is superb. Absolutely superb. The ball was a whisker away from the perfect Yorker from Wood, but he's dug it out and pinged it between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4. Chance. Oh, it was a chance. And England needed to take it. Ideally, you don't want to go into the last over. You want to finish it before that. Amazing partnership. That's it. Bubba finishes it. He finishes it, and who else? That has been quite extraordinary. 1-0 down in the series. All sorts of questions about the batting lineup, about the intent, about the ability to find the boundaries against spinners. All of those have been answered and more this evening. That has been something to behold here at a packed Karachi Natural Stadium.
The match summary: England winning the toss, elected to bat first on this pitch. And they started off sluggishly, but in the end they got the runs. 199 for 5. Moeen Ali played beautifully, 55 of 23. Spashner and Duckett, 43 of 22. And in reply, Pakistan were 203 for none. Babar Azam 110 of 66, and Rizwan 88 of 51. And Pakistan won by 10 wickets. A thumping win.